surviving. I will survive being fine. I will survive being sexy. I will survive being bootylicious.
Oh, what? 1, 2, 3, 4. And a pillow for my head. I got a pencil full of lead and some water for my throat. I got buttons for my coat and sails on my boat. So much more than I needed before. I got money in the meter and a turbo heater. Oh, and now it's getting on the road. So only getting sweeter. I got legs on my chairs and a head for a hair. Potted up pan and some shoes in my feet. I got a shelf full of books and most of my teeth. Few pairs of socks and a door with a lock. I got food in my belly and a license for my telly. And nothing's gonna bring me down. Guitar and tires in my car. I got most of the means and scripts for the scenes. I'm out and about, so I'm in with a shout. I got a favorite chat, but better than that. Food in my belly and a license for my daddy, and nothing's gonna bring me down. I'm out of road and hard, man. Nothing's gonna bring me down. Oh, boys, the best of all, I've got my baby. I've got my baby. She's mighty fine and says she's all mine, and nothing's gonna bring me down. No! Oh, best of all, I've got my baby. Oh, best of all, I've got my baby. Nothing's gonna bring me down. Oh, she's mighty fine and says she's all mine, and nothing's gonna bring me down. She's mighty fine and says she's all mine, and nothing's gonna bring me down. What is it? Oh no.
Don't go near the water. Don't you think it's sad what's happened to the water? Our water's going bad. Oceans, rivers, lakes and streams have all been touched by man. Poison floating out to sea now threatens life on land.
Hello. Just to say that there are seats upstairs as well. We will be full down here, but we're not quite full yet. But just to let people know that there's plenty seating upstairs, which you do get to by going out the double doors and turning left or right, and there's stairs to go upstairs. But I think it would be good to fill all the seats downstairs as well. So don't be shy about sitting in the front row, please.
Send us an angel, help us out. SOS, help us out. Looking all around and watching the world. People killing, people dying, people lying, people blind. People don't see the sign, watching money all the time. Get the pennies, get the dimes, get the dollars is the mind state of the human race. People on a paper chase. The environment is fragile, and we've been on the gradual declining in a lifetime or lose the battle. Get burned by volcanoes, get blown by tornadoes. Cause Mother Nature signals is trying to warn NATO. We got a new terror threat, it's called the weather. More deadlier than chemical and nuclear together. It's hotter in the winter, even hotter in the summer. Jesus or Buddha, somebody come and help us out. Lord, come down and help us out. Send us an angel, help us out. SOS, help us out. Looking all around and I'm watching the world changing. Open up your eyes, you can see things rearranging.
10,000 years of big ideas distilled into a billion fears. A grand design, a shiny rocket, a bullet in a bully's pocket. So mesmerized by particles, we disregard the articles, the ones we wrote to keep the peace, sullied now in blood and greed and grease. Is this the best that we can do? Oh, I can think of better things. Can't you? With the devil's pitchfork in our hands, we turn the fields of foreign lands. We mine the gulf, we dig it deeper. We free the serpent from its keeper. Yet these are the hands that fix the bones, the ones that build with sticks and stones. These are the hands that plant the tree, the ones that pull a newborn baby free. Is this the best that we can do? Oh, I can think of better things. Can you? Oh, I can think of better things that hands can make and hearts can sing. For now we deal with those for whom life is but a carnal tomb, in which the darkness holds no power, neither does the final hour. We may lament the deadly art of tiny atoms torn apart, visions that we can't return, and future fires in which we fear we'll burn. But this is the art of those before, who found a cure within the core, the noble mind behind the ray that eased our earthly cares away. Is this the best that we can do? Oh, I can think of better things. Can't you? Oh, I can think of better things that hands can make and hearts can sing. And hearts can sing.
Hello, welcome, welcome. First of all, I just want to thank everybody for being here. Any event, actually, it's the participants that make the event. So you are not just audience, you are participants, okay? So that's the important thing. This event is your event. You will make this event. You're what's important. So thank you very, very much. I'm Lynn Jimison. I'm the chair of the Scottish Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament. I'm going to introduce the people who are going to speak, but I have to do some other sort of housekeeping type announcements first, and just make some very brief remarks so that you know some things. First of all, just in terms of safety, there is no planned fire drill. So if there is any kind of emergency like that, you need to know that there are 5 emergency exits. There's the door that you came in, but there are also 2 other emergency exits at the back, and there are 2 exits behind me here. So in total, there are 5 emergency exits. So you go to the one that is nearest. Don't all try to go in the one direction. But hopefully that's not going to happen. You will have discovered the toilets there, and there are also toilets downstairs. This venue is where we're having the plenaries, and there's always a workshop running in here as well. But most of the workshops and all of our stalls are wonderful stalls with lots of environmental organisations and peace organisations are in the Renfield Centre downstairs. So please, at some point during the day, make sure you go and look at the stalls and chat to people in all of these different organisations. There is lunch. You've already seen there's some tea, coffee, refreshments here. I'm encouraging everybody to have a lunch ticket. It's a £5 lunch, and actually it is the tea, coffee, and so on is all in a way included in this ticket. So if we don't sell all our lunch tickets, we're not getting our money back. It is a beautiful choice of soups, delicious soup. So vegan, gluten-free, plenty, hopefully, I hope. So that's the housekeeping, and I will, at the end of this session, hand over to Kat to make some important announcements. She's standing at the back there. That is Kat Nakwop, our manager of our communications and digital stuff, who's a very important person. Unfortunately, our other staff person, Christina, couldn't be here today. Christina Toffin, our administrator, is ill, had a medical emergency a few days ago, and sadly can't be with us, but she's done a lot of the background work for this. So, okay, so now I just want to say this week is a very important week for us because of this event, but also in this month there is, at the end of the month, the second meeting of the state parties to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and also COP28 is on the immediate horizon. Two really big events for the peace movement and environmental movement, and it seems to me really, or all of us I think, the fact that you're here, a very important time in terms of gathering our strengths and walking together as peace movements and environmental movements. And in that spirit, I just wanted to begin with a poem. We called this a festival because we want it to be a little bit more than a conference or a workshop or whatever, and it does have a little bit of art input at times. So I'm going to start with Kathleen Jamie, our Macher's poem, which she wrote after the COP26. I think some of you will know this poem, What the Clyde Said After COP26. So I'm just going to recite this to you, and then I will introduce our speakers. So, I keep the heat. I'm cool. If you asked, but you never ask, I'd answer in tongues. Hinton O'Lynn's, Kelvin, Nathan, Leven, Cart. But neutral, balancing both banks equally. As I flow, do I judge? I mind the hammer's swing, the welder's flash, the heavy steel-built ships I board downstream from my city. And maybe I was a wee bit of a blether skite, guy foo o' myself when we seemed damn near unstoppable. Now, how can I stomach these storm rains? How can I slip quietly away to meet my lover, the wide-armed ocean, knowing that I'm a poisoned chalice that she must drain, drinking everything that you chuck away? So now, am a listener. Think of me as one long liquid ear, silently gliding by. I heard the world's voices. I heard folk, free lands where my ships once sailed. I heard your beautiful promises. I am a river, but I can take a side. And hear this, from now on, all I want to keep afloat like wee paper boats are the hopes of the young folk chanting at my banks, fear in their spring bright eyes. And hear this, fail them, and I will rise. Okay. Right. Okay. Right. So now I want to introduce our speakers. We have 3 politicians, not because they're politicians. They're MSPs who have also pledged themselves to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And we had billed on our bill Amar Anwar, whose father sadly has just died. He sends his best wishes. He was, in a sense, representing the civic society, the professions and civic society of Scotland. And we're very glad to have Mark Ballard, chair of Friends of the Earth Scotland, doing that. And we will hear from Roger Sturrock and William Nolan, the Archbishop of Glasgow, the moderator of Glasgow, and Jean Urquhart. And I'm just going to get each of them to come up in turn, starting with Bill.
Thank you. As I've said many times before, it's always better to get the applause out of the way at the beginning, just in case there isn't any at the end, but there you go. It's one of these things. And thanks very much. I'd just like to say to Jean that she passed her audition for Aer Lingus there, and all this business, you know, it was great. However, it's a great pleasure to welcome you here today to Scotland's Festival for Survival. I'd like to thank you all for being here, and of course, a special thanks to all those who organised the event, and I'm sure it's going to be hugely successful. The numbers here are terrific, actually, and for those of us downstairs here, actually, if you can see upstairs, thank you. If you can see upstairs as well, you'll notice that there's almost the same number sitting up there, so it's really huge. I can do that, yeah. I'd rather if somebody do this for me, but there you go, it's one of these things. Anyway, and hopefully it'll be a successful tomorrow. I'm just going to mention one thing that I forgot to say is for those of you who are very modern like me, turn your mobile phones to silent, please, just in case things happen during the event. And as parliamentarians, those of us here, we're uniquely placed to highlight the real-world dangers facing us today and to call for action in promoting workable solutions to these issues. For many years, I've worked to promote real-world solutions to these issues, particularly in relation to the elimination of nuclear weapons, and I've been involved with the issue of freeing our Scotland from the shadow of nuclear weapons sited just 40 miles from half the population of this nation. Weapons of mass destruction being transported along our roads and bridges and through our communities. Now, for many years now, many of us have done this, and they can see the numbers here, which proves that. We all believe that Scotland can be a beacon for a world without nuclear weapons. That's what we've got to aim for. I'm co-president of PNND, that's Parliamentarians for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament, which is why we call it PNND, which operates in 90 parliaments around the world, and I regularly speak and attend the UN on nuclear disarmament, and I've been honoured to represent Scotland at conferences in Kazakhstan, South Korea, Norway and Iran. Throughout this time, one thing has struck me, and that is the regard and respect that people hold internationally for Scotland and the efforts here to date for the huge potential to play an active, constructive and indeed central role to the global issues facing us today. In my position as a parliamentarian and as convener of the cross-party group on nuclear disarmament in the Scottish Parliament, it was my honour to lead a members' debate on Thursday on the issue of nuclear weapons-free zones, particularly the creation of one across the European continent. That's something that I think that we can hold a particularly strong place in developing. I think it's important that we do that. Now, a lot of people think that this is unlikely, that it could ever happen, but then again, Scotland actually was proud to play a role a few years back in the establishment of METO, that's the Middle East Treaty Organisation, when they set up in Edinburgh. They actually were established in Edinburgh, and it was people like Janet Fenton and Lynn and others who actually helped to get that off the ground. And I think that's extremely important to remember, that if you can do that and have the courage to do that in the Middle East, Israel, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Palestine, there are Palestinian people in it, and they're working with Israelis, and it shows that that can be done, and it's something that we need to promote. It's an idea that is hugely encouraging and something I believe we need to harness now and build on it. I believe we can, and I believe we will, and I will do everything I can to help to achieve this, and I know that you will also. Today, as with Thursday, we gather under the long shadow of the ongoing Israel-Gaza conflict and the continuing war in Ukraine. And I would like to take a moment to send our thoughts and wishes to all of those so terribly affected. It was 78 years ago that man's inhumanity to man led to the twin atomic detonations at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And we can remember that in Nagasaki alone, everything within a mile of ground zero was annihilated, and more than 40,000 human beings were killed by the initial detonation. The human and environmental legacy of such acts have been devastating, and we've got to make sure that they don't ever happen again. And it's said that we need to learn from history to avoid repeating past errors. But today, as much as ever, the risk of escalation under the dark shadow of nuclear confrontation is ever present. But even though we're living under that shadow, we need to look for the light and fight what is right and look for a better tomorrow. After the tragedies of 78 years ago, hopes for a nuclear weapons-free world were seen, as I said earlier, as naive. Few would have believed that today, almost half of the world's population, more than half of its land area, and almost 2/3 of its countries are in nuclear weapons-free zones. There is a light and there is hope for the future. In responding to my debate on Thursday, the Scottish Government's Minister for Culture, Christine McKelvey, said that the Scottish Government's position is very clear. Nuclear weapons and their indiscriminate and devastating impacts are morally, strategically and economically wrong, and we firmly oppose the threat and use of nuclear weapons and the basing of them in Scotland. We look forward to the day when we make it possible to free Europe and the rest of the world from these weapons for good. I'm looking very much forward to that day, and today, with our shared knowledge, hope and passion, let's work together and help to build a better nuclear weapons-free world, starting here, right here in Scotland. Thank you.
So Bill, of course, is the convener of the cross-party group on nuclear disarmament in the Scottish Parliament. Now we will hear from Cathy Clark, who is also in there.
Thank you very much. And first of all, can I thank Scottish CND for holding this event today and for inviting me to come along. My name's Katie Clark, and my first political involvement in any issue when I was quite young was in Ayr CND and Ayr Youth CND in the campaign against, first of all, Cruise and then Trident. I'm currently a Labour Regional List MSP for West Scotland and a member of the cross-party group which Bill Kidd convenes. And that group is a group which campaigns for nuclear disarmament and raises issues within the forum of the Scottish Parliament. I was previously Jeremy Corbyn's political secretary when he was leader of the Labour Party, and I was a Labour MP for North Ayrshire and Arran from 2005 to 2015. And during that time, I was one of the 95 Labour MPs that voted against Trident replacement. I very much welcome this opportunity today to discuss collectively our response to the twin threats of nuclear destruction and climate change, and indeed how we get through the 21st century. Neither of these threats are inevitable. They are both man-made, and they can be addressed by governments here in the UK and internationally. We cannot continue to commit billions of pounds to upgrading nuclear arsenals, despite the cost of living crisis and austerity. The UK government continues to pursue the Trident replacement programme at a cost that's estimated at £205 billion. And of course, that is money that could be far better spent in all parts of the UK, in our public services, in tackling the housing crisis, and indeed the stark inequalities that are so evident in our society. We've heard reports that the UK is preparing to allow the USA to host nuclear weapons here for the first time in 15 years. The UK and other nuclear states continue to maintain and enhance their nuclear arsenals in defiance of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And these same countries refuse to sign or ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Whilst we're seeing a rise in nuclear proliferation globally, we're also seeing the international community fail to react to the worsening climate emergency. Global carbon emissions could peak as early as the end of this year, and by 2025 at the latest. Emissions are already at record highs, and governments have either been slow or outright hostile to taking the steps needed to reduce emissions. Just over a month ago, Rishi Sunak gave a speech rowing back on a variety of the UK's commitments on climate change. So how are these two threats interlinked? If we fail to tackle the climate emergency, the impact on insecure access to food, water, the displacement of populations, and the competition for resources will continue. And that will lead to greater global insecurity. That's why military and security strategists have identified climate change as a preeminent and accelerating threat to security, including the risk of nuclear war. And if we were ever to experience a nuclear conflict, the environmental consequences would be disastrous. We would experience a nuclear winter with the resulting impact on food production, drops in global temperatures, and further exacerbate the climate crisis, including damage to the ozone layer. The purpose of this Festival for Survival is to discuss how we tackle these twin threats. It means campaigning together for climate justice. It means campaigning together for progressive foreign policy, which promotes peace, environmental protection, and the elimination of nuclear weapons. It means bringing together the labour movement, the trade union movement, the peace movement, the environmental movement, women's organisations, and other campaigns to achieve this. And finally, I would like to say just a few words about the cycle of violence that we're continuing to see in Gaza and in Israel. Israel is reported to have dropped more than 25,000 tons of explosives on Gaza since the 7th of October, equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs, and the risks of escalation are clear. we must all commit to continue to campaign for a ceasefire, to an end to that war, and to a peace process which leads to justice for all of the people of Israel and Palestine. And that's in all of our interests and the interests of all of the people of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie, and apologies for mangling your name. And we're so grateful that there are voices like yours in the Labour Party, so thank you. And I'm now calling on Mark Ruskell. Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks very much for inviting us here today. What a wonderful gathering, and I think a gathering that's long overdue, that brings together both the peace and the climate movements together. As the climate activists say, this is not a drill. This is not a drill, because there's never been a more dangerous time in the history of humanity. I'm sure most people in this room know about the doomsday clock that was set up in 1947 by the atomic scientists who worked on the Manhattan Project. They wanted to show the world how far from global catastrophe, from midnight, we are each and every single year. And of course, during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, the clock was set at 7 minutes to midnight. The clock now just sits at 90 seconds to midnight, the closest to global catastrophe that it has ever been. And in recent years, we've seen the deepening of inequality, the normalization of war, escalating climate emergency, a lack of restraint on nuclear testing, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of children in Gaza killed. And in their statement earlier this year, the atomic scientists reflected on how the war in Ukraine has made multilateral global action so much harder to achieve, whether that's been on the climate, whether that's been on disarmament, or even on disease control. But while there have been welcome global shifts to renewable energy over the last year, there's also been a new dash for oil and gas, fossil fuels that we simply cannot afford to burn. And of course, all of this is against a backdrop of disinformation coming from bad actors designed to disrupt the action needed to tackle these crises. And there are, of course, vested interests for whom the expansion of war, the stockpiling of weapons, climate breakdown, and disaster capitalism means profit and power. So it's our job, it's the job of everybody in this room to stand up against these interests. So this is not a drill. The global challenges are immense, but also this is our time. This is our time. We are alive now, and we stand on our corner of the planet here today to be counted and to take the action that is needed. And between all of us in this room, we have formidable skills, energy, and experience. We're fortunate enough to have the agency, the opportunity to take action that so many people around the world do not have. And we also know what the solutions are. We know that nuclear disarmament has gathered apace, and that, as Bill was saying, half the world's countries are now covered by nuclear-free zones. Likewise, we know what the solutions are to the climate emergency and how these can be delivered in a way which addresses inequality and also restores our natural world. And just last week, the tiny island nation of Kiribati, a nation that may disappear due to climate change, successfully won a UN resolution calling for funding to address the loss and damage caused by nuclear testing. An incredible act for a small island nation. So this is a time for determined optimism. And I want to pay tribute to the climate activists who've brought youth, energy, and that determined optimism to life, sometimes even by putting their own personal liberty on the line. It has cut through, and it has been impossible for politicians to ignore that movement. But I also want to pay tribute to the generations of peace activists, many of whom are here today, who over the decades have kept the hope for peace alive. Now, whether that's been through noisy direct action or through the quieter, patient work of international consensus building, that work has been phenomenal. And there are many peace activists here today who were inspired and then went on to inspire others in turn. There are also those bright lights those people whose time has now sadly passed. But their inspiration and their work lives on today through us. Now, for me personally, it started at Stirling Uni in the early 1990s, helping Phil Jones and David Mackenzie chase down and stop a nuclear convoy as it thundered through the Raploch. That certainly got the adrenaline pumping, and I wouldn't rule out doing it again either. But years later, I was delighted to work again with David and with Jane Tallants of Newtwatch, highlighting the obscenity that nuclear weapons are still being driven on public roads through our communities today, and that the risk of a catastrophic incident involving a nuclear convoy is very small, but that risk has been there month after month and every year since the convoys first started running. A persistent risk and a shadow that most of us live under every single day while still remaining largely oblivious to it. Now, the convoys are the UK's worst kept secret. In Stirling, up until recently, they used to park up at the barracks in Forthside overnight behind a flimsy chain-link fence next to the local cinema. Literally a disaster movie waiting to happen. Now, the consequences of such an incident are likely to be considerable loss of life and severe disruption both to the British people's way of life and to the UK's ability to function as a sovereign state. Now, those aren't my words. Those are the words of the Ministry of Defence, found out through an FOI request in 2006. For some people living around Faslane, at least some information and advice about nuclear incident risks are provided, but nothing's given to communities who live along the routes of the convoys. So the work of Newtwatch has been critical in understanding just how unprepared councils' emergency services would be if there was ever a convoy incident. And following Newtwatch's Unready Scotland report, I held a parliamentary debate on the findings in 2018. In response, the Scottish Government commissioned a review of the preparedness of both the fire and police services to deal with a nuclear incident. But while this did raise awareness and has led to the tightening up of some procedures, the assessment of risk and the overall preparedness remains woefully inadequate. But look, there is of course only one way to avoid that apocalyptic threat of nuclear weapons, and that's to get rid of them once and for all. Get rid of them. But while we wait for the powers to do this in Scotland, we must use every single tool we have to hold the MOD to account for the catastrophic risks that they hold over our communities every single day. So there are, friends, so many avenues for us to work together in our communities, nationally and internationally, to work for peace, justice, and a future for our planet. I've described merely one. The former UN Secretary General, Dag Hammarskjöld, once said, and I quote, "In this field, as we all know, a standstill does not exist. If you do not go forward, you do go backward. It's our time, friends, to go forward, because this is not a drill. It's our future, and it's ours to save." Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So if you came in slightly late, you maybe didn't hear, but Amar Anwar sends his greetings and apologies. He's with us in spirit, but his father has sadly passed away. So I'm now going to ask Mark Ballard from Friends of the Earth Scotland to make some brief remarks.
Thank you on behalf of Friends of the Earth Scotland for inviting us to this event. It takes place at a time when the global environment movement is also having a really soul-searching moment, conversation about survival and what that means. Because when Friends of the Earth Scotland was founded back in 1980, its mission was to avert environmental degradation, to stop ecological collapse. 43 years on, we have failed. Climate change is not something that we are warning about. Climate change is not something that might come unless we shift to a decarbonised economy. Climate change has arrived. We can see it in the North Pole. We can see it at the South Pole, the loss of ice, the implications we face in terms of sea level rises. To some extent, we're protected in the global north from the worst impacts of climate change. But as Katie described earlier, in the global south, climate change, environmental breakdown, economic and ecological collapse is a reality, and the consequences of that are being felt by people in the global south as the struggle, the scramble for resources gets ever more desperate. And that means more war, it means more refugees, it means more danger that the nuclear proliferation means that governments will start to consider lobbing nuclear bombs at each other as we hit climate crisis. So these are twin threats, they're interlinked threats, but the reality for us is that climate change is no longer something that when me and Mark were involved in our student green societies, it's no longer something that might come, it's something that has arrived. And so that means some changes and choices for the environment movement. Friends of the Earth Scotland has just launched its new strategy. As an organisation, we reflected in that strategy about how effective we've been at lobbying government, of changing politicians' minds, bringing in schemes, but also reflecting that many of those schemes are now facing a real corporate pushback, whether that's low emission zones, low traffic neighbourhoods, basic schemes about bottle deposits. There's a pushback across the piece. It's no longer enough to try and win government backing. We actually have to be out there winning hearts and minds in communities and doing the mass mobilisations that will actually counterbalance those responses. We face an increasingly sophisticated narrative that says that climate change isn't our problem. If it is our problem, nuclear power stations are the solution to that. That nuclear weapons are the only way to keep ourselves safe in an increasingly scary world. We have to reject all of that, but the way we do that has to be about mass public mobilisation. And the climate strikes has shown that there's an appetite for that. People will come out, but those strikes came out of new and different ways of grassroots organising. Ways that aren't familiar to Friends of the Earth Scotland. I think they're often ways that aren't familiar to any non-government organisation. And I think that's part of the conversation here today for Scottish CND, which we're really glad to be part of. How can we be engaged in that joint organising? How can we work together? How, in particular, can we take the clear message that we've seen for the last 43 years of Friends of the Earth Scotland's existence, that we have learnt we cannot change within the system. We cannot avoid climate breakdown within the system. We need to change the system, and together, as a movement, as a Labour movement, as a Green movement, as a peace movement, we need to work together on that system change. That's why it's so great that there's the breadth here today. Thank you again for inviting us.
Thank you. And I'm now going to call on Roger Stirrup, who is the moderator of Glasgow. And it's very important in including the civil society that we also include faith groups. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. I'm going to approach all of this from a slightly different perspective, having agreed wholeheartedly with everything that has been said so far. From the Christian perspective, there are three key passages in the Bible which are relevant to our discussions today. The first one goes back to the poem, an epic poem, which is Genesis. And in this modern translation, this is what's said. God created human beings. He created them godlike, reflecting God's nature. And he created them male and female, and God blessed them and said, prosper, reproduce, fill earth, take charge, and be responsible for fish in the sea and birds in the air, and for every living thing that moves on the face of the earth. Well, of course, that charge to humankind has been set to one side in so many different ways. We haven't taken responsibility for the earth and the creation in which we are. And that's why we have the great problems of climate change today. The second passage is about the fact that people who make themselves rich on behalf of others really will lead to a breakdown in community. And this is from the prophecy of Isaiah. If you offer your food to the hungry and satisfy the needs of the afflicted, then your light shall rise in the darkness, and your gloom be like the noonday. The Lord will guide you continually and satisfy your needs in parched places, and make your bones strong. And you shall be like a watered garden, like a spring of water whose waters never fail. And here's the punchline. Your ancient ruins shall be rebuilt. You shall raise up the foundations of many generations. You shall be called the repairer of the breach, the restorer of streets to live in. Restoration and renewal is a key driving factor in the Bible and in the Christian ethic. And here Isaiah is saying that's what you and I need to do. We look around at our broken world in many ways, and we need to be the people who are repairers of the breach and the restorers of streets to live in. And finally, our Lord Jesus Christ once was asked, what is the greatest commandment? It was a lawyer who came to him hoping to trip him up. And he said, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, and with all your strength. And the second is this, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. There is no other commandment greater than these. How can we love our neighbor as ourself if we ignore the challenges of climate change? How can we love our neighbor as ourselves if we support nuclear weapons and all that they entail? And how can we love our neighbor as ourselves if we are not concerned about biodiversity? Climate change is a serious and immediate threat to all people, but especially the poor. Those of us who live in the rich West are not affected in the same kind of way, although we're beginning to be. But the poor suffer greatly. And so we need to stand against the continuing use of fossil fuels and those who perpetrate them, already happening in the North Sea, more oil wells to be dug in the seabed, encouraging the continued use of fossil fuels. And so the Church of Scotland is a member of the Stop Climate Chaos Coalition. And then there's biodiversity. The United Kingdom has lost more than 50% of its biodiversity. And we're seeing species, plants, animals disappearing as a result of deforestation and farming practices which lead to okay, important source of food, but which ignores the impact of what's happening on the earth. And then there's nuclear weapons. The Church of Scotland for 30 years has condemned the existence and threat of nuclear weapons as sinful and an offense to God's created order. This is strong language, but that's the perspective and the stance of the Church of Scotland when it comes to the issue of nuclear weapons. So we have these three huge threats. Climate change, almost the one which is at the top, because we are not going to make the standard of trying to stop temperature rises up to 1.5 degrees centigrade. We're already above that target, and this is extremely serious. Secondly, biodiversity. And thirdly, nuclear weapons. These three issues, which are echoed in these three biblical passages that I read out to you. I hope the rest of the day is going to go well, and thank you for inviting me to say a few words.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm now going to invite up Bishop Nolan, the Archbishop of Glasgow.
To many people, the threat of nuclear destruction seems something abstract and remote, and something then they put out of their mind and only comes to the surface now and again. And particularly, of course, when you see how much destruction is brought about by conventional weapons and the wars that are happening at the moment. Destruction, devastation, death. At this time, of course, we're very conscious of what's happening in Israel and in Gaza. And it's really quite sad and disappointing that the UK government and other Western countries are not able to call for a ceasefire, because that death and destruction we need a ceasefire, we need it now. The killing has to stop, and the killing has to stop now. But still, nuclear weapons is not something for us to put out of our mind. It's an ongoing threat that's always there. It saddens me also that every time this matter comes up in the UK Parliament, the vast majority of the members of Parliament support nuclear weapons and agree to spend these enormous sums of money on weapons of destruction that A, we all agree is immoral to use, and money that can be well used elsewhere. And yet Parliament seems to have bought in to this whole notion of deterrence. I'm very appreciative of the fact that we now have a treaty that bans the possession of nuclear weapons. Not signed, of course, by any of the countries that actually have those weapons. But back in 1963, the then Pope John the 23rd, issued a document in which he called for those nuclear states to get rid of their weapons, and then called for nuclear weapons to be banned. And so I was quite delighted when a few years ago, not only did the United Nations pass this treaty, but also that the Vatican under Pope Francis was among the first to sign it and to ratify that. Now, of course, it's just been ignored by those who have nuclear weapons. And I think we have to reflect, because here we're all convinced of the reasons why we shouldn't possess these weapons. But why is it that politicians and wider society are not convinced? And we have to reflect on that, why we're not convincing of that. I think one reason perhaps is fear. As soon as anyone stands up and suggests we get rid of these weapons, you can be sure there's a media response saying that you're leaving our country undefended. And of course, the threat from other countries then hyped up, the threat from Russia, the threat from China, or whoever our potential enemy appears to be at that time. And when there's fear, there's no trust. And when there's no trust between nations, then people arm themselves to protect themselves. So fear is one thing. But I wonder also whether another thing that affects us here in the UK is also the idea of status. There is a certain status that comes from having nuclear weapons. And of course, just ask Kim Jong-un in North Korea. North Korea, who would pay any attention to North Korea at all if it wasn't for the fact that he had nuclear weapons and was threatening to use them? And of course, the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council are all nuclear states. One of the things I hope will be achieved by this treaty banning the possession of nuclear weapons, that it will become to be seen as unacceptable to have them. No politician, no country will stand up and boast of the fact of having biological or chemical weapons. They'll be far too ashamed. And we need to get to the stage where perhaps the shame of having these weapons will persuade our politicians to get rid of them and to ban them. No one should be proud of the fact that we are a nuclear state or most of the amount of money they spend on these weapons. A few years ago, Pope Benedict said that deterrence does not bring peace. It does not bring security. And in fact, the deterrence was fueling the arms race as the nuclear powers sought to keep their nuclear arsenal not just up to date, but to enhance it. And so vast sums of money are spent not just in this country, but throughout the world on nuclear weapons under this illusion of deterrence that it brings us peace. Deterrence is like me taking a gun to my neighbour's head and my neighbour taking a gun to my head so that we don't do anything to each other. That's not peace. And what we want is peace. Everybody wants peace. But we have to learn that peace is not brought about by war. Peace is not brought about by deterrence. And peace is not brought about by nuclear weapons. The sooner we get rid of them, the sooner we can have peace in our world.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so you can, Scotland has a very strong civic society. Our politicians are not all on our side, but a large proportion are, and our religious leaders too. Scottish CND is not party political, and it represents people of all parties and indeed all faiths. And we're going to end with Jean Urquhart, who is a person who's been embodied lots of different roles, actually. She has been a parliamentarian. She has always been a CND supporter. She's been an active person in many fronts. A lot of people would have associated her with the Cayley Place in Ullapool. She's been an important part of culture, and it seems quite important to end with such a wise woman.
Well, what an introduction. I have to say that when I saw the programme, I was listed as a veteran campaigner. And when I got used to the idea, I thought it was quite nice. But it also made me think about, I suppose, the time that's passed. I mean, like many folk, I think, in the 60s, I wore a CND badge because it was kind of fashionable. I had no idea what it meant. But beatniks kind of wore them with black polo neck jumpers and everything. And it looked good, you know. But then, after a few years, I did discover what it meant. And then, just by chance, I went to a conference in Edinburgh that really moved me. And by that time, I was living not in Glasgow, but in Ullapool. And it moved me so much. I mean, I couldn't get it out of my mind. The speakers were very powerful. And I went back and we had a wee local community newspaper. Community newspapers are really important. If we're talking about getting everybody going, we need to pay attention to every avenue that we have to try and get our message out. And I hope this conference will be a lot to do with that. Anyway, I was moved to write an article about the conference in the Ullapool News, and I put all the scary stuff in about, you know, a nuclear bomb landing in Ullapool would see folk in Plockton and Gairloch with their skin peeling off and their eyes melting. And I talked about the two-headed fish being caught off the pier in Dunoon, and all the things that I'd learned at this conference. And the result of that was a CND group starting in Ullapool. And it was very, very active. And we had, a very strong group. We actually had about 8% of the population. And we ran a double-decker bus to the October demo in London. And we took high school kids with us, and they thought it was, join CND and see the world. So, it was quite popular. And we were moved then to organise what we called a Peace Day. And we were starting with a march. And Scottish CND had a wee leaflet, I think it was A5, to advise local groups how to organise a march. And it really didn't have much on it. It just said, out of courtesy, tell the police. Can you imagine? So I had a wee map of Ullapool and I went along, and our sergeant at that time, I think was from South Uist, and I went in and said that we were going to have a march, and he looked completely dumbfounded. A march, he said. I said, yeah, a march. Ah. And I said, here we are, we've got a plan here, and we're going to walk around. And he said, and how many people are coming on the march? And I said, well, that's what we don't know. We would like to think there might be 150, but there'll definitely be 3. And he said, well, we'll take the car out anyway. And he said, we'll follow at a safe distance if there's 150. And if there's just the 3 of you, we'll give you a lift. So they were heady days, They were heady days, and there was a real passion, I think, about the topic that we have to come back to. And this conference, I think, today, I hope, will see us begin that community, because that's where it starts. It's wearing the badge, even if you don't know what it means in the first instance. But let's all wear the badge. Today, I came here easily because I had the badge on, and 2 people in the audience, Frank and Christine, I think, saw the badge and said, are you going to the conference? And I was wondering where to get off the bus. So it leads you to the right place, wearing the badge. The other thing I want to say is really about the strength of ordinary people. This is not something that we can leave to politicians, good as many of them are. But the people will lead. The people must tell the politicians exactly what to do. Because, they have the courage to be a politician and to be in Parliament is tough. But knowing that you've got hundreds, nay, thousands of people behind you will give you, as a politician, the courage of your own conviction. They say there's three ages of man or woman, and I've thought about this in relation to my dad recently, because the first age is when you're about 10, you say, my dad's better than your dad, or my mum's better than your mum. And when you're about 18 or 19, you say, my mum and dad know fuck all about fuck all. And then when you become a veteran, you say, as my old man used to say. And of course, as my old man used to say, you ken in your head right for wrong. Nobody learns you. I can hear that ringing, and that's true. So when we were organising speakers about what was happening in Faslane, or we were marching, or we were going to Greenham, we ran a bus to Greenham Common from Ullapool, all these things, people said, what do you know? What do you know about nuclear weapons? Well, I'm no nuclear physicist at that level, but I know the damage they had done in 1945, and I knew the cost to social society, the poverty that we see, that we live with in this country because of the expense of our defence budget. So I ken in my head what's right and what's wrong, and nuclear weapons are wrong. And because this conference is linking climate change, and I think that's an excellent thing, I attended what was certainly promoted as the first climate change film festival in Montrose earlier this year. And it was excellent. It was really, really good. And they're going to do it next year, so look out for it. It doesn't cost a lot of money, and there's loads of B&Bs and things in Montrose, so make that trip. But in one session, there was and sadly I can't remember his name, I don't have it with me. I think he was German, and he was a professor of climate change at St Andrews University. And he said something that stayed with me. He said at the end of it, I'm fed up hearing everybody talking about saving the planet. The planet doesn't need saved. Human beings need to be saved. Save yourself. Save yourself from nuclear disaster. Save your grandchildren, if not us, veterans that have been campaigning for a long while. You kind of think, well, you know, my life's going to be at an end. But that's not good enough. We've all got family and young people, and for them, get these badges out, whether it's climate change badges, Friends of the Earth, you know, save human beings. We are worth saving. There is love in the world, far more than the hate that we see constantly and that we're living with at the moment, which is really unbelievable that it's happening. We seem to have reached a new low. And I'll just finish by saying that a friend of mine, writer Raja Shahada, who lives in Ramallah, has just written an article, which I think he wrote a few days after the first bombing in Gaza. And he's so measured and so human. And he says, out of this, there must come some peace and some good. So on that note, everything that we do here, let's galvanize young folk, particularly, in our communities. Let's make it move and shake as it did in the 80s. Remember, women did do that work in Greenham Common. American people did stop the Vietnam War. We can do this. And we're actually the only people that will do it. We cannot leave it to our politicians, good as they may be. Thank you.
Great. Good. Thank you. Okay, we must move on, but we need some further housekeeping remarks so that you know what's happening next. And also, can I just say, try to hang on to your cup, write a name on it. I'm worried we've only got 500 cups. And if you're all going to have 3 cups of tea and coffee, that's not going to be enough. So hang on to your cup.
Yeah, save the environment, folks. Okay, so this is just a wee bit of logistics in terms of the next sessions. If the workshop that you want to go to next is in Adelaide Place, just stay in here. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at your programme and decide what you want to do. If you want to go to any of the other sessions, then you're going to be moving from this building to Renfield Centre, which is just along the street here. There will be stewards guiding you. If the session you want to go to is in the chapel or Oasis Cafe, you will exit out of this exit over here. For everyone else, you're going to go out the exits at the back. There are stewards who have signs that are being held up at the moment, so follow the signs and you will get to where you need to get to. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers. I hope that this is going to send you off for a good day, and we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock for your lunch, and remember this good lunch. So have a great next session. Thank you again.
We turn the fields of foreign lands. We mine the gulf, we dig it deeper. We free the serpent from its keeper. Yet these are the hands that fix the bones, the ones that build with sticks and stones. These are the hands that plant the tree, the ones that pull a newborn baby free. Is this the best that we can do? Oh, I can think of better things. Can you? Oh, I can think of better things that hands can make and hearts can sing. For now we deal with those for whom life is but a carnal tomb, in which the darkness holds no power, neither does the final hour.
could I ask if any of the speakers for the Global Scotland session are here, if they would just like to come up? Hello, Claire. How are you? Oh, I'm so glad.
This weary earth we walk upon, she will endure when we are gone. While kingdoms come and kingdoms go, rivers run and rivers flow. You know I don't believe it's true that in this world there's nothing new. For darling, you have just begun. Rivers flow and rivers run. And if the river should ever run dry, somewhere the rain...
Excuse me, could I ask, is Ross Greer here? Or Chris Stevens? Tim Wallace? If you could come up, if you're in the room.
Ross Greer is not in today's city, so he's not here today.
Days are drawing near, my darling, you seduce the sun. Rivers flow and rivers run. And if the river should ever run dry, somewhere the rain will still fall, will still fall from the sky. This wounded earth we walk upon, she will endure when we are gone. But still I pray that you may know how rivers run and rivers flow. And if the river should ever run dry, somewhere the rain will still fall, will still fall.
Can I ask, is Chris Stevens here?
Across my heart, and I hope to live just long enough that I can give it all to you, my darling one. Rivers flow and rivers run, my darling one. Rivers flow and rivers run. whatever the wind and weather, wherever we go, wherever we bide, we'll travel these ways together. When the heart comes rolling in and you can't see your way into harbor, I'll heave the boat to till the sun clears the sky.
Fine, we'll make a start.
Wherever we go, wherever we bide, whatever the wind and weather, wherever we go, wherever we bide, we'll travel these ways together. When the snow comes skirling in and buries the path that you've chosen, I'll light us a fire to keep us warm, and we'll wait till the ice is unfrozen. Wherever we go, wherever we bide, whatever the wind and weather, wherever we go, wherever we bide, we'll travel these ways together. When the storm has blown away and the night is as still as you're sleeping, I'll pluck out the scale of the moon from the sky, and I'll give it to you for safekeeping. Wherever we go, wherever we bide, whatever the wind and weather, wherever we go, wherever we bide, we'll travel these ways together. Wherever we go, wherever we bide, whatever the wind and weather, wherever we go, wherever we bide, we'll travel these ways together.
Friends, to date, I don't know whether this is a disappointment or not a disappointment, but the politicians haven't turned up. So what we're going to have is two excellent women activists and academics, and we're going to have a really participative session, because the purpose of these groups is to hear from you, to hear your ideas, your suggestions, and try to take things on. Now, if there are any of you who really do want to hear the politicians and want to go to another group, by all means do so, but I think we can have an interesting and valuable discussion here. Let me introduce you. So our first speaker is Claire Duncanson. Claire is a senior lecturer in international relations at Edinburgh University, and her particular area of interest, she's a broad area of interest in the peacemaking and disarmament areas, but she's also been particularly interested in women's contribution and a feminist foreign policy. So I've heard Claire before, and she's very interesting, very creative in her thinking, and I'll hand you over. So we'll hear from Claire, and then we'll hear from Laura, and then we'll have a discussion.
Thanks so much, Isabel. Thanks, everyone. Delighted to be here. Thanks so much for the organisers, and what a wonderful start we've had this morning. So I guess I'll start by recapping on a couple of things we've heard, which speak to the dark days that we're in. The IPCC, has said that really we've only got until 2025 to end the rise in greenhouse gas emissions, and only to 2030 to halve them if we're to have a chance of avoiding the most catastrophic parts of the climate crisis. And as Mark Ruskell said this morning, already the doomsday clock is at 90 seconds to midnight, the closest it's ever been. And of course, the horrific violence we're seeing in Israel and in Gaza. So, the darkest of days. And all that's really needed, I suppose, for these catastrophes to escalate, to continue to grow, is for us to do nothing, for us to keep on doing the same stuff we've been doing as we've always done. In particular, states and state leaders, if they just continue doing what they have been doing in the same old ways, in the ways they've always done it, then these catastrophes will only escalate. Because it's the heart of state practice, of foreign policy, of diplomacy, is the pursuit of national self-interest. It's seeing the world in very competitive terms. States are competing to win. They're competing for their fair share. That's how we always see the world. But fair share of what? What is it that we're hoping for here? To come away with our share of a ruined planet that's rife with a despoiled environment and human suffering? It's so clear that we need radical change. So that's why I was so excited, delighted when the Scottish Government announced it was going to develop a feminist approach to foreign policy, because we radically need new ways of approaching global affairs. And a feminist approach is really about transforming the way that international relations is done, transforming the way that states approach their external relations, their international relations, and transforming it to better achieve peace and security. And by that I mean a real positive articulation of peace. Some of the things we've heard this morning, it's not just peace as deterrence, not just peace as the absence of armed conflict, but a positive peace, a positive security that includes economic security. So not just freedom from fear, but also freedom from want, the ability to lead safe and secure lives. And feminists get there, because they are attentive to the root causes of the climate crisis and the militaristic world we've been hearing about this morning, and really focus on the way that the causes of these things are structural. We can find the causes of ecological collapse, climate crisis, militaristic world, gendered insecurities and inequalities in our international system, in the competitive and militaristic international relations of states, and in a very extractive and competitive economic system, one that views nature and labor as things to exploit for the profit of the few. So for feminists, we have to transform that version of foreign policy. We have to transform those structures. The goal has to be transformation. So as I say, really exciting to hear the Scottish Government announce it was going to develop a feminist approach. And in that it joins another 15 countries. There's now 16 around the world that are developing some sort of feminist approach to foreign policy. But it has to be said that a lot of these states are adopting quite a limited version of a feminist foreign policy. So what I mean by that is it's a version that tends to focus on the inclusion of women and ameliorating harms on women, which are super, super important, but on their own insufficient. They're, in a focus on increasing women's representation is on its own not going to tackle the structures that are driving ecological collapse and a militaristic and warlike world, not in time anyway. So we need something more bold, more ambitious from a feminist foreign policy. So the Scottish Government so far has published a background note and quite a lot of research that it's done in order to develop its approach to a feminist foreign policy, and I've been involved in some of that work. And it seems to me that there's a sort of mixed picture emerging. So there is some signs of the Scottish Government, like other states, just following business as usual, the way states have always conducted external relations, with a sort of limited feminist addition. So I'll give you some examples, focusing on the peace and the climate space. We see a lot of talk in the emerging policy about support for women peace builders and support for human rights defenders. And that's obviously better than not supporting women peace builders. It's better than abandoning human rights defenders. But it's not on its own going to lead to a transformation of the things that are driving ecological crisis and war. There's probably not going to be enough in this policy that tackles some of the root causes, like arms manufacturing, that we know takes place here in Scotland. That needs to be part of a feminist approach to foreign policy. And in terms of climate, likewise, we're seeing a lot of emphasis, I think, emerging on the great stuff the Scottish Government is doing to try and make sure in its work around the world with communities to help them address the impacts of climate crisis. They're doing a lot to make sure women are included in these projects, that these projects aim at gender equality at the same time as they aim at increasing resilience to climate crisis. But that on its own isn't getting at the root causes. So what we need to see more in this Scottish Government feminist approach to foreign policy about how it's going to tackle the drivers of ecological and climate collapse. What it's going to be doing to tackle fossil fuel extraction, and not just fossil fuels, but mining. The mining for the critical minerals that are needed in so much renewable energy, but that cause displacement of people and ecological devastation across the global south as well. So we need to be addressing that in a feminist foreign policy. And I guess the extractivist nature of the economy in general, which is driving ecological collapse. Part of a feminist approach to foreign policy would address that, the levels of unnecessary, excessive consumption in the global north. It's not necessary. There's so much evidence that IPCC now draws on to show that we could be living just as good lives on a fraction of the energy consumption that we use across the global north. However, there's also loads of positive glimmers in this emergent feminist approach to foreign policy coming from the government. On the peace front, we see a strong emphasis on a rules-based international order, on multilateral approaches, on a human rights-based approach, and that's super important. I think particularly if we think about the war crimes we are seeing being committed in Gaza today, and the sense in which it's fear of the International Criminal Court that's one of the few things that some Israeli leaders seem to care about. The importance of a rules-based international order is really crucial as a counter to just ever-escalating militarism. We also see in the Scottish Government's emergent approach a commitment to pursuing the safe and complete withdrawal from our soil of nuclear weapons. So that's going to be a hugely positive part of the policy, and you don't tend to see so much of that in other countries' feminist foreign policies. There'll be some mention, I think, of arms control, but probably of tackling the arms trade, but probably limited to commitments to push the UK government to terminate its contract to arms sales to abusive regimes. So kind of like the bare minimum of what we should be doing. But at least there'll be something there about tackling the arms trade. Again, it's absent from many feminist foreign policies around the world. So some really kind of important steps to tackling the crises we face at root. And same with climate. We'll probably, hopefully, see something on addressing on this the continuation of the good stuff the Scottish Government's already done on loss and damage, and particularly, ideally, framing that as climate reparation, in recognition of the ways in which Scotland and other countries in the global north have already used up our fair share of carbon budgets. We have done so much to drive the climate crisis, which is affecting the people across the world who've done much, much less. So this contribution to loss and damage is, as part of climate reparation, is in part about creating a fairer global economic system. It's about a transfer of wealth from global north countries to global south to try and put things right, and trying to make a contribution to reversing what is currently the trend, which is that trillions of dollars every year flows from the global south to the global north in the form of debt repayments, in the form of illicit financial flows, in the form of things that are not illicit, they're not illegal, but they're completely immoral, just like unfair terms of trade and a lack of a progressive global tax regime. So there's promising stuff around financial justice, we might call it, and also likely promising stuff around what we really need to see, which is a transformation in our economic model, away from a model that is about extracting from the earth, using up, discarding, polluting, just that kind of extractivist, destructive model that has driven us to this ecological and climate precipice, and instead championing much more just, inclusive, sustainable, circular economic models. And we need to be doing that locally in Scotland and globally, really championing that model at the global level and for other countries to adopt. And I think we'll see quite a lot of good stuff in the Scottish government's feminist approach to foreign policy on that kind of front, building on the work Scotland's done about championing a well-being economy. It's those kinds of things that really could make a Scottish feminist approach to foreign policy, which I think they're calling the feminist approach to international relations, which has the acronym FAIR, which is what it's all about. If we see those kinds of steps towards structural change in this feminist approach to international relations, then I think this is something that we can all get behind and try and support the Scottish Government in doing, but push them to go further. That's the kind of steps we need to see if Scotland is to make a contribution to peace and climate justice. So, lots to watch out for.
We'll hear now from Laura Young, and then we can open up for discussion. Now, Laura is, when I say she's a climate activist, she's a very active activist, I think it would be fair to say, and ecological researcher. So if I can pass over to
Of course. Wow, thank you. I feel today I'm going to leave like a sponge just full of information. That was super helpful to hear about that. And yeah, so it's great to be here and add my contribution, and hopefully I say something that is useful. But, you know, actually, you know, when I was first asked to come and speak at this event, I had a little panic, and I actually really was quite hesitant because my background is I'm an environmental scientist, so climate change, that's my bag. I totally get it. I feel confident speaking about that. But nuclear disarmament, I sort of feel like I don't really know much about it. You know, I feel like I know the basics. I feel like I support everything that's been said today. But, you know, I kind of felt a bit like, oh, hold on, I don't know if that's my place to speak on that. But actually, the more that I heard about the event and heard about the fact that we need to bring together all of these issues that we're facing, the more I felt like, no, actually, this is something that is super important. And maybe that reflects some of what we heard this morning, which is often we put on badges and we don't really know what it means and we just go along for the ride and hope to learn. I feel like that's me today. I'm here to learn. But I think also it speaks to the fact that we so often work in silos. We so often have the thing that we're passionate about, and we don't really move from it, and we miss all this opportunity to be collaborative and to work together. And I guess the only thing I really wanted to kind of add and say before, you know, it's great to be able to do a bit of a conversation and hear from yourselves who are probably super well versed in this as well, is I wanted to kind of talk about, you know, how we bring people along, because I think that is a major part of this. You know, I was even thinking, I was looking at this amazing display, if you've not checked it out, it's like the greatest timeline of piece of history. And I was just thinking, there's so much of this I just don't know. And I found when I was born, which was 1996, and that was, I think the line said, you know, when Trident became the kind of main UK, I don't even know what you would call it, arms, but that was the presence. And on from there, I sort of felt quite confident, but actually there's so much from before I was born that I just don't know about. And so I think that's something that we can all really take on, is to think about how we can continue to educate generations that didn't live through the kind of stories that we've been hearing about, that don't have that familiarity, that just don't understand. And actually it's not that they are, you know, staying away from it, it's actually that they just don't know. And so I think that's a challenge for all of us, to be thinking about how do we continue to bring people along on this journey, especially some of the younger generations. And I find that, you know, young people in the climate space are super engaged. They know so much. Even primary school kids are coming through with this amazing knowledge of our world, what happens to our world, what we need to do to get climate justice. But they don't know anything really about nuclear disarmament, because it's just a different generation and it's a different threat, and it's something that they're not learning about. So that's a challenge to you, to me, to all of us, to think about how we can be continually educating, even if it feels like, oh, this is something that everybody should know, surely. You know, it's kind of recognizing that. But I think also one of the kind of reflections I wanted to say is that campaigning collaboratively is one of the ways that we can make the most change. It's not easy, it takes a lot longer, but it is something that is so beneficial when you do it. So what I mean by that is, first of all, we just need to make sure that all of our campaigning efforts, the campaigns that we run, are accessible and, you know, include as many people as possible. So I think that's, you know, everything from making your buildings accessible, your resources accessible, like making sure everyone can chip in. But I think also it's about recognizing that when we bring in other perspectives, that's when we can see the biggest change and the most successful change. And I've been seeing that this year, so this might feel like a bit of a tangent, but actually, you know, we were hearing about mining of, you know, precious materials, and we know that nuclear disarmament and climate and nature and waste all link together. But one of the things I found really interesting this year has been a campaign I've been leading on to ban disposable vapes, right? That's a bit random, but actually it's something that's kind of come out of nowhere, and it's a really important topic. Now, I came to this because I was out with my dog, and I was walking through the streets that I walk through every day, and I started finding these disposable vapes, which are these small, silly electronic devices that are a nightmare. And I started finding them as litter. And I was really annoyed about this. And so I started looking to see if anybody was talking about this online. And there was kind of nothing. You know, nobody really had research, nobody had information, nobody was doing campaigning or anything. And so I started to ask people and prod people who are in my sphere, you know, is anybody thinking about this? And so the usual suspects came together. You know, it's the environmental organisations, Keep Scotland Beautiful, Marine Conservation Society. You can imagine who they were. And we all started to think about this. And a very long story short, we've obviously realised that these are super problematic items. They are the height of disposability. A huge part of our carbon footprint, if you call it, our climate impact, is just the stuff that we consume and throw away. And these are just like promoting disposability, promoting single use. And in a country that's trying to promote a circular economy, they have no place. And, you know, they're wasteful, they have lithium batteries in it that need to be mined around the world. They're then just thrown away after one use. They're a fire risk. And then, of course, you uncover the huge public health issue. You've got youth vaping, you've got young people taking this up who have never smoked or vaped before. And as this campaign was moving, it started very much with core environmental groups, the ones who are out doing litter picking surveys and beach cleans. But we realised actually as the problems with this item grew, we realised we needed to make the table bigger and get more people into our meetings and into these discussions. And so suddenly it went from a very core environmental campaign, and then we had the waste industry came in and were talking to us about the risks to them with fires and the problems with recycling. We then had the vaping industry having conversations with us. We had shopkeepers telling us that they felt guilty selling these products, but they felt trapped because, you know, in a cost of living crisis where there's so much profit to be made, you know, they felt they had to sell them. We had public health organizations coming in and talking to us about the epidemic that was coming. We had youth organizations coming together. And we've had the vast majority, 29 out of 32 Scottish councils, put forward motions and do it from the ground up. And one of the reflections that I have is in the last year, we've done all of this work, all of this campaigning around disposability, electronics, waste, young people, and we now have a consultation coming from the UK government representing all the nations, so it's for here as well, to tackle this issue. And one of the reflections I have is that I think it's been so successful because we have a huge diversity of people around the table. We're not just talking about them because they're litter. We're talking about them because it's a risk to our waste industry. It's got young people, they're grasping onto young people and giving them a nicotine addiction. You know, it is a litter problem, but there's all these things. And so it makes me think about in Scotland when we are pursuing anything, any justice issue, climate, nuclear disarmament, we need to be bringing as many people around the table. And that means relating the issue to them. So that might be education, which I spoke about, or it might be trying to encourage people to relate it to them. And I think maybe just the final thing I'll mention, because I know that it'd be great to hear from everyone. But I think it's also important for us to think about how we pull in different groups. So last year, and this year, but I remember vividly last year, we had crazy weather because of everything, but we had a really extreme heat and we also had really extreme floods. And the local sports fields next to where I live kept having to cancel their sports trainings because when it was too hot, they said, we really don't want people to be training in this heat. You know, it really is quite dangerous. So, you know, we need to cancel it today. And then of course, when it's flooding, they say, sorry, pitch is flooded, you can't come. And suddenly there was all of these sports groups who were really, really interested in climate because they said, I know it's a shame that it took it impacting them for them to care, but actually they said, you know, I totally get it now. I sort of understand what this means. And so it's about us trying to plug into all the different groups that we are in to think about how to do that. Because when we can bring people along and help them understand, help them be educated, but help them see how it links to them. And you know, for me, I think the challenge for me, because I think we should all leave this probably with a challenge, you know, something to take away. You know, we heard from 2 faith representatives this morning, and I think that's fantastic because there's so many people in Scotland who have a faith, and actually faith, as we've heard, relates to this. And I'm a Christian, I have a Christian faith. Actually, I live in Dundee now, but when I lived here in Glasgow, I went to this church, which is great to be back. And for me, you know, it was great to hear those faith leaders talking about how everything we're discussing today relates to their faith. I'm afraid to say that is not the case for every single church here in Scotland, every Christian or every person of faith. And I have spent years tearing my hair out, trying to engage my own community, Christians, in climate justice, in nature and biodiversity. I'm taking away a challenge for myself to talk more about peace. And I think it's about us recognising what communities are we part of and how can we take it to them. And so I think, you know, that's something that I feel really passionate about, that if we're going to get the politicians to make the policies that we want, we need to show them that people care about it. But to get people to care about it, we need education and we need to link it to what they're doing and making the table a lot rounder. But I think that's just some reflections from this morning and around this idea of how do we get Scotland to actually put the right policies in place so that we can be a global leader on all of this.
Thank you, Laura. I think there are a number of really interesting points about how we encourage participation, and particularly among younger generation, that you want to come in on. If I could just say a few words here about what we were trying to do in this session. And it's the realization that the world desperately needs examples. And in Scotland, we have limited powers, but nevertheless, we can use those powers. We can set certain examples, and what we need is to explore how we can do this. And I would just like to say a little here about, for example, Ireland. And when you consider a country, a smaller country in population, a country that's had lots of difficulties over the decades, but which has a genuinely significant international standing, and which has played a role, has chosen not to be part of a military alliance, but to devote its energies, including its military personnel, to United Nations peacekeeping. And which has also taken initiatives like helping to save the cluster bomb treaty. A whole range of this, which was one of the elected rotating members of the UN Security Council just a couple of years ago. So that's just an example of how a small country can set examples. And what we need to be focusing on the environmental issues and on the peacemaking issues, is what kind of examples can Scotland set so that others can look and say, well, there is some hope. There are better ways of doing things. I think, Lynn, you said we have contributed.
Don't know. Yes, this microphone is working. I'm going to get this person to introduce himself.
So, hello everyone. My name is Olamide Samuel. I live in the UK, but I'm originally from Nigeria. And I want to thank you so much for the very insightful comments you've made today. Picking up from what you said about Ireland, you know, nuclear disarmament is also one of the issues that Ireland leads upon. You know, before 1968, before we had the Non-Proliferation Treaty, Ireland was actually the country that pushed for the negotiation of such a treaty. It was also one of the first countries to sign and ratify the TPNW, and they have actually been funding nuclear disarmament organizations in and around the UN. So this is a sort of leadership that I think, personally, Scotland can replicate. Now, I'm going to be speaking later on at 2 o'clock, and I'm going to get into a bit more detail about what I think Scotland can bring to the table that is unique. But to Lauren's question, and charge to every one of us here, is a question of how do we bring young people into this movement? How do we educate them about the twin existential crises that they face? You know, how do we let them understand that you can save the climate, but in a limited nuclear exchange between just India and Pakistan, we're going to experience nuclear winter, which is going to roll back all of the progress that has been made or will be made in the climate movement. So my question, and charge back to Laura, is how can we make this space more accessible for young people to actually, you know, join and multiply the change that is happening within the community? Thank you.
One or two more, sorry. if there are one or two more contributions on that theme that you would like to make on how we engage young people, and then we'll come back to our speakers.
I'm very quickly having to change the way I would have said what I think I was going to say earlier on. I come from one of these doddery old professional societies dominated by ex-military people and so forth, that has recently been transformed by 3 brilliant young women scientists. I won't ask you to guess, as several of you know which I'm going to talk of. Royal Meteorological Society. And the remit is remarkable now. I'm a contracted volunteer, and I have to sign up to no funding from the fossil fuel industry or from any body that is considered as greenwashing, or even, I would suggest, well-being washing, well-washing in Professor Ian Black's terms. Now, as a profession, we are in meltdown in the last 2 months. We have been shocked by the fact that 1.95 degrees above the long-term average was reached on one day, 1.75 above for the whole of September. A hurricane developed with devastating consequences from a tropical storm. Nobody realized it'd be category 5 within 12 hours. And you go on giving illustrations of this. We don't know what to say to people at this moment. But like all other professional bodies, we're supposed to be working closely with the universities, with teachers. We're looking at all the curricula in the light of the climate emergency. And we're realizing that young people are being fed the wrong information through their curricula. So my core message now, of course, in the context of this specific challenge, is that we need to challenge the interpretation of existing curricula. It takes a long time to change them officially, but at least the interpretation of them, so as to acknowledge this is the world we're up against. In terms of actually advances, particularly in relation to Africa, we're working with Zimbabwe. We've managed to get a young student with a scholarship to St. Andrews University from a poor family. That's the important thing, with no resources. Almost all the students who come from the global south are from relatively wealthy families. The struggle we've had in cash and in kind, effectively £14,000 worth, to enable somebody from that context to be here should be a warning sign to all our universities. Stop being driven by managerialist, colonialist, old mentality. Frame this in the context, to your first point, about loss and damage. This is what it all came out of at COP26, this project now that the Royal Meteorological Society is doing. I know I mustn't use up more time, but I just wanted to make that wee contribution today. Thank you.
Have we any teachers present?
No, but we do have some young people.
Not that young, 30. I was recently in Hiroshima, and I went to where the atomic bomb was dropped, and there was lots and lots of school trips there and young people learning about peace education, and that's a fundamental part of the Japanese curriculum. Do you think there's scope for us to do that in the UK, and if so, how would we do that?
Do you want to collect a few questions? Shall I keep going with the contributions from the floor? And yep.
Hi there, my name is Bryce Goodall, and my pronouns are he, him, or they, them. I just wanted to say thank you so much for mentioning about feminist policy, because basically I think it's so important, because I myself have seen the impacts of this myself, because my father was in the military, and basically it ripped my family apart due to PTSD and due to all what's going on. And I always look back and question, where was my mother's voice? Where was the women's voices within this? Where were their voices platformed, and how we can build to ensure that basically that women's voices are amplified, and that I think it's so important that we take a moment to reflect upon that, because I've seen for myself how much emotional labour in which my mother had to take to support my father, to support me as somebody who's also got neurodivergence. I'm autistic. And so I think that we, as identified currently just now as a man, but I'm also transitioning potentially to non-binary. Currently, as a stand, is that I think that as men we need to step aside, and we need to get more women's voices platformed, and we need to start to listen. We need to start to engage. We need to start to really drop any sort of misogyny, everyday sexism. We need to drop all these behavioural traits, because these are the traits which have been ingrained upon us through the war and through conflict, and that this is what really, it can cause a nuclear bomb within a family, and it can devastate families, and it's devastated my family. I was left with no father figure. I've left with no father at all, and I just think to myself, my mother has lost a husband. She's lost a partner, and I think this is why we need to start to. And I think that young people are engaged. I think we don't need to lecture them. I think they are highly engaged, highly smart and capable people who doesn't need to be talked down to by older cisgender white men. We need to start to basically show love and show compassion. And I just want to say thank you so much, and thank you so much for the time. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, that was, thank you for all of those questions. There was quite a lot in there. But I think maybe kind of building upon some of the earlier questions around young people, youth engagement, and even to your contribution about kids and the school curriculum. And I think that's key. You know, I think from an early age, there needs to be education on these topics and on the history. And I kind of wish, the politicians would be here to hear, because I think the school curriculum needs to continually be evolving. It needs to be changing over time, and we need teachers to be driving that, but also with the politicians. And my mind goes to, there's a campaign called Teach the Future, which is all about, bringing climate education into schools, and they've been doing amazing work to campaign for that. But that in and of itself is not, the complete package of things that are missing. And so I think there needs to be, conversations with groups like that to say, can we help contribute to the amazing work that you're doing? Have you thought about maybe adding in this angle? We'd be able to provide stories and information. And so I think, school curriculum is absolutely key. But I think to the point about kind of wider youth engagement or young people, I think partly it's just about awareness. You're not aware of what you don't know if you don't know it, or whatever that kind of phrase is. But I think it's also about we need to go to where young people are. And I think we heard in the first session, and I do agree with this, the importance of local papers. I totally get that. So I'm based in Dundee. We've got the Courier, and they've been a huge supporter of the stuff that I've been doing, and it's great to get local pieces in and to do that. But I also recognise that I don't know any young people really that read the newspapers. We get our news in a different way. We maybe read articles online, or we listen to podcasts with the news on it. But certainly young people are not going to community council meetings. They're not meeting with their councillors at their kind of open surgeries. They are not sitting, I think we need to recognise that. So we need to think about, where do we put our work? What are the different spaces? And I think it is about us embracing, places like TikTok, Instagram, social media, because that is where a lot of young people are. And something that really struck me, so last year, TikTok, which is this video social media platform, So TikTok, which is known, I think, people think about it as a funny video platform that people go and post videos dancing or of cats and dogs. Last year, TikTok overtook Google by number of searches. And that is because there's a whole generation of young people, when they think of a search engine, when they think about, I've got a question I want to ask, they're not going to Google, they're not going to the Mitchell Library to look in the archives, they're going to the platforms that they recognize. And so I think that's a challenge for us, like how are we putting our work on the platforms that young people are based on? And, you know, I've done stuff like the vape campaign I've been doing over the past year. I've been so lucky to have journalists, you know, take up the offer to do pieces in the local newspaper or, you know, interviews on Sky News or whatever it might be. But I've done TikToks about it, and they have got millions of views. That is the biggest way I've been pushing out information to the generation most impacted by this and will be in the future. So I think it's a challenge for all of us. And I think for anyone here that is from an organization, particularly an organization that does have money to have staff, for example, you know, really, you know, put money into building platforms online, to engaging with young people, you know, even if it's just being able to hire a part-time staff worker who can have youth engagement, school engagement, social media engagement as part of their role. That's how you're going to get young people. And I think that is the key. It's about going to where young people are, and it's about education. And I know that can be hard, and I think there's lots of young people who are keen to do that, but I think that's ultimately it, you know, and it takes a bit of time, but that would definitely be some of my reflections on that.
Yeah, I think these are such good points by Laura, and thank you. And I would endorse all of that, but I suppose add to the point around how to bring more young people to awareness of nuclear devastation. I suppose I'd chime in with you in this kind of start from where they are, but I suppose a slightly different thinking about that, the things that came to my mind were the way that the climate crisis and nuclear weapons and militarism are inextricably linked in two ways. And one is that there's no, you know, so we can meet young people with where they already are. They're already interested in the climate crisis, even if they're not necessarily up to speed on nuclear weapons. But there's no way that they can hope to tackle the climate crisis without addressing militaries and militarism. We know that militaries are, you know, one of the biggest greenhouse gas emitters, the most horrific polluters. So I think that's the sort of thing, and it could work in a TikTok message. You know that sometimes when you were speaking, I was thinking, but how do you get the complicated, nuanced, systemic change arguments into a TikTok? But there's one that that's not difficult, and it's an instant connection I think people would get. I think the other one is the opportunity costs. You know, all the finance and resources that's going into nuclear weaponry and other weaponry around the world. I mean, we've seen global military expenditures now over $2 trillion, is that right? So the opportunity cost, all that resource that's going into destruction then cannot go into tackling the climate crisis. So I think making the connections is a really important way to bring young people who are concerned about ecological collapse, but maybe not so aware of the harms of militarism and nuclear weapons. And then I had a thought on the curriculum question, not as a young person. You can see from the way that I have to take my glasses off and on that I am now officially an old person, because I can't see my notes without them and I can't see you with them. So, but I am a parent of 2 high school children. So I see quite, you know, every day this something that really strikes me about the school curriculum, particularly in the teaching of geography and the teaching of the climate crisis, is this commitment to neutrality, like the BBC, this obsession with both sidesing things, and teaching and it's just really a difficult one to challenge, one maybe TikTok can't challenge. It seems to me that those of us arguing for systemic change, the changes we need to see to our extractive economy, are labeled as political activists. And those that argue or are happy with an economic system that is devastating the lives of the majority of people on the planet and that is, you know, committing this committing ecocide, they're not seen as political. That's seen, that's why I use that term business as usual. That's seen as just kind of the way the world works. And that is bonkers, but it is something that has been, I think it's part of conservative government policy and a kind of mainstream approach to how we teach social science, and we need to get at that problem. It's quite difficult. There's also, maybe on a more positive note, what you see in the Scottish education curriculum is a commitment to teaching skills more than content, critical thinking skills, and maybe we place our hope in that. That even though I see my kids being presented with on the one hand, climate change is devastating, but on the other, you could grow more, crops, tropical crops in Scotland, you hope that they are being introduced to the skill set that helps them to evaluate those two sides and say, do you know what? Anyway, so that's on the curriculum. And then Bryce, thank you so much for that comment. I was sorry to hear about your father, and it's just, what your comment really spoke to strongly to me is the kind of harmful masculinities that we have tended to encourage in society over hundreds of years. So to me, it's really important to stress that when we talk about a feminist approach to foreign policy, it's not about saying men are the problem and if only women are in charge, then things would be fine. It's not saying that at all, but it is saying particular constructions of masculinity are the problem. And it's those constructions of masculinity that equate, being a real man is being tough, being a real man is being aggressive. And the ways that we then take those ideas of masculinity and translate them up to the state level. So being a good state is standing up against the enemy, proving that you're tough, and this myth of invulnerability. If we build up a strong enough army, if we have nuclear weapons, we will be invulnerable. That's a kind of masculine approach to security that has brought us into so much trouble. I think when the Archbishop was talking so eloquently about, what drives the desire for nuclear weapons, and in some ways it's fear, I was thinking that, that's right, but fear can lead us in two directions. We can feel the fear and think, therefore, we need to build up our defenses. We need to be invincible. We need to be invulnerable. Or we can feel the fear and think, there's got to be a different version of security. Perhaps we can seek security through building relationships, through sharing resources, through mutual empathy, mutual respect. And we really see that playing out in the Middle East, don't we? We see both sides saying, we need to feel secure, therefore we will build up our militaries and we will, destroy the enemy. And instead, what we need to see is we will build our security through sharing this land, through sharing resources. And again, I'm not trying to say men do it one way, women do it another, but the kinds of things that we have traditionally sort of discredited as feminine approaches, sharing, cooperation, we really need to start valorizing as the approaches that will bring us peace and security. That's a long answer, sorry. It's a long answer, but it was provoked by your really important words about the masculinities that have not helped us. It's not men that are a problem, but it's those masculinities.
Yes. I always recall what came out when government papers were eventually published some decades afterwards, the decision to go for a British bomb that was made by Ernest Bevin, the Foreign Secretary in the Attlee government, by a secret committee. Other members of the cabinet didn't know. And he was quoted in the papers as saying that we have got to have our own bomb and we'll put a bloody big Union Jack on it. And you can just feel, the nature of the thinking, the macho attitudes behind it. But I think one thing that may be useful in terms of the younger generation, but also others, sometimes simple facts can be quite effective. And I think we should be saying more. There are around 200 nuclear bombs based 30 miles down the road. You know, it's these simple things very few people actually know. They have a vague idea. Some of them don't even have the knowledge that there is a nuclear base or what Trident is. So I think the facts can also be valuable. Now, have we some other contributions?
Thanks very much. There's a brilliant writer called Audre Lorde, and she's got a famous quote called, "The master's tools will not dismantle the master's house." And basically it said within the system that we work in, and this, I would relate this to TikTok and things like that. For me, first of all, this is about a problem of the current adult generation, and so much of the language is framed to, what about young people, right? The timescales, the issues, the problems have been put in place by the adult generations now, and the people who are enjoying the pensions that they deny now younger generations. So I think we've got to be very careful about framing this as a problem that young people can fix. Our education system is utterly broken, as the same way our democratic system is broken. In 2012, the Jimmy Reid Foundation published an article, a report called The Silent Crisis. Scotland's one of the most undemocratic countries, the most land equal ownership. We've got a monarchy, we've got a House of Lords, it's a broken system. So I totally agree in terms of our current system. The capitalist worldview, the capitalist, colonial and patriarchal worldview is seen as neutral. We need to have an anti-capitalist, anti-patriarchal, anti-colonial perspective in our schools and in our universities, our further education and in our society. There's a brilliant report called The Futures of Education, which came out 2 years ago by UNESCO. Over 1 million people involved in it. The Scottish Government completely ignores it. The new Putting Learners at the Centre document, the new Learning for Sustainability strategy, which has been launched, is completely unfit for purpose. And we have no civic society. If someone's, I think it was yourself actually said we've got a strong civic society. I think our civic society has been utterly destroyed. I'm a community education lecturer at the University of West Scotland, member of many different things. Transnational Institute, if you want to see a good Instagram, Transnational Institute have done a fantastic piece about climate change and militarization. Those, unfortunately, I don't think those tools are fit for purpose. We need to be talking about austerity. We need to be talking about extreme wealth. We need to be talking about the colonial injustice, which is, and the racism, the systemic. For me, that's why I come along today. That's why I think we need to accelerate those kind of perspectives very, very strongly. But also, thanks to everybody for contributing and listening to me. Cheers.
Cheers. Yep. No, local government cuts have destroyed some elements of civic society, but I do believe we are still strong, because you wouldn't be here otherwise.
Thank you. Learning from the past in order to build the future is an important lesson, I think, for any social movement. I came into the movement in the 1970s and 1980s. I live in Glasgow now, but I lived in Oxford at the time. And we marched and set up a group at our Polytechnic for CND against American nuclear weapons based originally at Upper Heyford, nearby Oxford. And then we had the announcement about cruise missiles being built, and they were going to be located at Greenham Common. And we relaunched the campaign for nuclear disarmament in Oxford, and it grew into a massive movement. But the particular catalyst that took that movement off was the development of the Women's Peace Camp at Greenham Common. And this was an incredible movement led by organised by women themselves, and particularly culminated on December the 12th, 1982. I can remember the day very clearly, when 30,000 women surrounded the American nuclear weapons base at Greenham Common. And although there were only a small number of women based at the peace camp who faced the difficulties of the state attacking them in the courts, the police, and so on, with huge courage and fortitude. It had a massive ripple and ramification across hundreds of thousands of people in British society, and led to development. Sadly, most of the women have now left us, but we should remember that struggle and the way in which it catalyzed the women's movement and the peace movement in Britain as part of that, and we shouldn't forget the lessons of that. And it was the self-organization of women that was particularly important. But a second lesson I think we need to look at today, and I'm sorry the two male politicians aren't here, because I know both of them, like myself, are active members and supporters of Scottish Solidarity with Kurdistan, is the movement that women have developed within the Kurdish liberation movement. Kurdistan is the biggest nation in the world without its own state, spread across a number of states and been threatened for centuries. But in the last few decades, the growth of feminism and the women's movement in that movement, they've certainly had to confront militarism, but at the same time, they've also had to defend themselves against attack from the Turkish state, from the Syrian state, from the Iraqi state, and from the Iranian state, and in particular from ISIS. And in Rojava, the liberated part of Syria that is Kurdish controlled, they've established women's military units and organization that has been forced to defend itself. They don't want to fight, but they had to fight, and they've organized in a very feminist and progressive way. And I think there are important lessons. And today they are under attack. Erdogan, the leader of Turkey, is using the Gaza crisis in order to attack the Kurdish populations in Rojava and threaten those women's units. Incidentally, Hamas support the liquidation of them. They're totally reactionary, and unfortunately many of the Muslim populations are totally against the progressive attitude towards women that the Kurdish movement has developed. And I hope that certainly people from this conference, this meeting and festival, will take forward the plight of the Kurdish people, particularly the fact that it is the women that are organizing and developing their struggles for liberation, survival, but also for ecology and for the planet. These are important lessons to us all that I hope our movement can take forward in the future.
Okay, this is Rebecca Johnson, who was at Greenham and is very much alive and with us. But anyway, I'm going to hand over.
I am a positive and a negative. I don't quite know how I feel sitting here. I'm trying to analyze it, because I am one of the only people in this room that probably as a teenager of 14, because I'm now 92, I remember the Holocaust, and I remember the next week the dropping of the bomb. I've said this so often in my life. I remember having the nightmares for months. And then I saw quite recently, and this is sort of slightly garbled, I saw Oppenheimer. And we had been told at that time that they didn't actually know when they pressed the button if the world would be destroyed. Now, we had that information, so I got that information when I was 14. So I'm still here. I'm still here. But I do not know how you create. When I talk to people about this, young people, they think it's history. It's a generation, couple of generations. So
the positive is that I'm here. I'm still here and I still turn up. But basically, I'm really only turning up. But I'm very, very, very negative because I do not know in how you can create the feeling that we had in 1945. And do we want to create it, or do we just kind of go along and hope? So there's my garbled story. And I do try, but I don't try too hard because I've almost, unlike maybe the Greenham women, because I was never there, but I've almost given up. But I'm here. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah. Well, I think the fact that you're here still gives us some hope, okay? But Isabel, we must be running out of time. Do we not need to stop?
Right. I'm just proud to say that I live in West Lothian, where I don't belong, but I worked in Livingston. And West Lothian District Council declared itself a nuclear-free zone way back then, and they paid for a minibus. I was a teacher, and during October you had time off. They paid for a minibus, and we drove ourselves all the way to Greenham and stayed there. So that was West Lothian, a nuclear-free zone.
Yep, and we can do it again.
I'll do just a really short one. And actually, I think it is in response to what you were mentioning, because I think a lot of the passion in the room comes from real life experience and feeling and understanding. You know, I remember, I think I was watching a Cold War movie with my parents, and I just didn't get it, because they're sitting going, oh, but you just didn't get it. You didn't, every day there was this thing hanging over the world that, you know, what was going to happen. And I just said, I just don't have that. You know, I don't have that feeling. And I think that is the hard thing. But what young people do have is that feeling with climate change, with biodiversity loss, with the cost of living crisis. And so it's about trying to pull in, to make them understand that to fight that, they have to also understand this. And I think that's our job, is to try and link these things together. And sometimes it means letting go of that one thing we're really passionate about, to give space to talk about the other things that intersect with it, and allowing other people to come to the table, because you can't get that feeling. You know, yes, you can hear somebody's story and try to understand, but if you didn't live through it, you will, you know, really not understand. And I think, you know, that's something I've tried to do. You know, I think, so from a climate change perspective, there has been this long-standing idea that climate change is a skinny polar bear on an ice cube, right? That's kind of what people have understood as climate change. And it's been our job over the past, decades now, to try and say, actually, that's not what climate change is. Climate change is all of this other stuff. You know, it's about droughts, it's about food insecurity, it's about displacement. And then if people are displaced, they're at risk of trafficking. Here in the UK, we don't have buildings that are good for climate change. So, you know, it's talking about people in Pitt and Weem and Brecon and all these places that are, you know, are now facing the impact of climate change even here at home. So I think it's about opening up the conversation and saying this generation are really passionate because they are experiencing climate change in terms of that's what they see in the news, and that's what we're now beginning to see here. And then just trying to help them understand how everything else relates to it, because we can't replace a feeling, but we can try and help build upon that. But I think, yeah, that's it.
Yes, this one works. Yeah, I think Laura makes a really good point about the way that these different crises intersect. They're all connected, but it's very, very difficult to take them all on at once. And so it's good constantly to be highlighting those interconnections, but also thinking about, where do I play, you know, where can I really play a part in change? But seeing ourselves as working
together. We're all playing our part in a bigger role, so that you get the part that you're just one piece in a jigsaw. You don't get despondent, but you also bite off something that you can actually chew. And also, I suppose, in response to your points about, I suppose they come down to the age-old question of, reform versus revolution. We actually need to transform so much, so dramatically, and a kind of frustration with the limitations of trying to use the master's tools to dismantle the master's house. It's too slow, and it's not getting us there. And I suppose I think about that a lot, and the things that we often reflect upon when trying to affect change about insiders and outsiders. You need the strong, radical civil society folks really kind of asking for the most transformative change and marching on the streets and causing civil disobedience and being arrested at Faslane. You need those strong outsider movements, and you also need the insiders working, trying to reform Scottish government policy. One thing I think where we've maybe got a little bit lost is that insiders aren't taking enough of the outsiders' message to policy. And I see this all the time in what I'm doing now with this, trying to push the government to adopt the most ambitious feminist foreign policy they can. The challenge of bringing the radical structural change message of feminism into the policy, and I think that's replicated across all of us. Peace workers, environmental workers, we're too often satisfied by representation and inclusion. And we ought to just remember that that's the bare minimum, and we need to get those messages of structural change. But that doesn't mean also not doing all the outsider work of marching on the streets.
Well, I think there is no alternative. Remember, from the Thatcher period, that is the big help to apathy, to the growth of apathy. We've got to be the alternative, and we've got to find creative and new ways of being that alternative, and we hope Scotland can make an important contribution. And I'd like to thank our speakers. And of course the contributions from the audience, which I think have been very interesting and sometimes moving. It's lunchtime.
Is this the best that we can do? Oh, I can think of better things. Can't you? With the devil's pitchfork in our hands, we turn the fields of foreign lands. We mine the gulf, we dig it deeper. We free the serpent from its keeper. Yet these are the hands that fix the bones, the ones that build with sticks and stones. These are the hands that plant the tree, the ones that pull a newborn baby free. Is this the best that we can do? Oh, I can think of better things. Can you? Oh, I can think of better things that hands can make and hearts can sing. For now we deal with those for whom life is but a carnal tomb, in which the darkness holds no power, neither does the final hour. We may lament the deadly yard of tiny atoms torn apart, future fires in which we fear we'll burn. But this is the art of those before who found a cure within the core, the noble mind behind the ray that eased our earthly cares away. Is this the best that we can do? Oh, I can think of better things. Can't you? Oh, I can think of better things that hands can make and hearts can sing. And hearts can sing.
What about sunrise? What about rain? What about all the things that you said we were to gain? What about killing fears? Is there a time? What about all the things that you said was yours and mine? Did you ever stop to notice all the blood we've shed before? Did you ever stop to notice this crying earth, this weeping shore?
This weary earth we walk upon, she will endure when we are gone. While kingdoms come and kingdoms go, rivers run and rivers flow. You know I don't believe it's true that in this world there's nothing new. For darling, you have just begun. Rivers flow and rivers run. And if the river should ever run dry, somewhere the rain will still fall, will still fall from the sky. When I'm beguiled by the fear, the darker days are drawing near, my darling, you seduce the sun. Rivers flow and rivers run. And if the river should ever run dry, somewhere the rain will still fall, will still fall from the sky. This wounded earth we walk upon, she will endure when we are gone. But still I pray that you may know how rivers run and rivers flow. And if the river should ever run dry, somewhere the rain will still fall, will still fall from the sky. I cross my heart and I hope to live just long enough that I can give it all to you, my darling one. Rivers flow and rivers run, my darling one. Rivers flow and rivers run. Wherever we go, wherever we bide, whatever the wind and weather, wherever we go, wherever we bide, we'll travel these ways together. When the heart comes rolling in and you can't see your way into harbor, I'll heave the boat to till the sun clears the sky and it's safe once again to weigh anchor. Wherever we go, wherever we bide, whatever the wind and weather, wherever we go, wherever we bide, we'll travel these ways together. When the snow comes skirling in and buries the path that you've chosen, I'll light us a fire to keep us warm, and we'll wait till the ice is unfrozen. Wherever we go, wherever we bide, whatever the wind and weather, wherever we go, wherever we bide, we'll travel these ways together. When the storm has blown away and the night is as still as you're sleeping, scale of the moon from the sky, and I'll give it to you for safekeeping. Wherever we go, wherever we bide, whatever the wind and weather, wherever we go, wherever we bide, we'll travel these ways together. Wherever we go, wherever we bide, whatever the wind and weather, wherever we go, wherever we bide, we'll travel these ways together. It's been so long since your first breath. I hold you in my heart. It's been so long since your first breath. I hold you in my heart. You needed water. I gave you the sea. You needed shelter. I gave you the tree. You needed fire. I showed you the sun. You needed air to breathe, to breathe, to breathe. I give you all I have, but you always want more. I give it freely to you, but you always want more. I give you all I have, but you always want more. I give it freely to you. Enough is enough, but it's never enough. Enough is enough, it's all that you need. Enough is enough, but it's never enough. Enough is enough, it's all that you need. Didn't I give you everything? Didn't I give you everything? Didn't I give you everything you need? Didn't I give you everything? Didn't I give you everything? Didn't I give you everything you need? Didn't I give you everything? Didn't I give you everything? Didn't I give you everything you need? The tree and the bird and the fish and the bear, tree and the bird and the fish and the bell. The tree and the bird and the fish and the bell. The tree and the bird and the fish and the bell. The tree and the bird and the fish and the bell. The tree and the bird and the fish and the bell. Wherever there's a tree that never grew, wherever there's a bird that never flew, wherever there's a fish that never swam, wherever there's a bell that never rang. Wherever there's a tree that never grew, wherever there's a bird that never flew, wherever there's a fish that never swam, wherever there's a bell that never rang.
Roch the wind and the clear day's dawn, laws the clouds, he'll start gouty out the bay. But there's not a rough wind blowing through the great glen o' the wild day. It's a thought that would gather rodents or the rogues that gang gallus fresh and gay. Tak the road, seek other loanings, with the real ploys to sport and play. And me mare, muller bonny callants, march to war when our braggarts cruise they crawl. Nor we dreams frae pitied and clachan, marn the ships sail down the Brune. Broken families and lands we feared, well, curse Scotland the brave, nay, nay, nay. Black and white, until they're married, make the vile barracks o' their master's bed. overhead where the hoodies croak far down. In your house or the bairns o' Haddon will find bread, barley, green eggs. When MacLean meets with his friends in Springburn, or the roses and beans turn to blue, and the black lads free on Nyanga dings the fell gallows for the Bargars doon.
When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you. When I go out, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who goes along with you. If I get drunk, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who gets drunk next to you. And if I haver, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's havering to you. But I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more to be the man who walked 1,000 miles to fall down at your door. When I'm working, yes, I know I'm gonna be the man who's working hard for you. Tonight I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive, and the world I'm turning inside out. Yeah, I'm floating around in ecstasy. So don't stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good time. I'm a shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. I'm burning through the sky, yeah. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man out of you. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. If you wanna have a good time, just give me a call. Don't stop me now. 'Cause I'm having a good time. Don't stop me now. Yes, I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop at all. Yeah. I'm a rocket ship on my way to Mars on a collision course. I am a satellite. I'm out of control. I'm a sex machine ready to reload like an atom bomb about to explode. I'm burning through the sky. Yeah. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic woman of you. Don't stop me, don't stop me, don't stop me. Hey, hey, hey. Don't stop me, don't stop me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Don't stop me, don't stop me. Have a good time, good time. Don't stop me, don't stop me.
Do you know which ones you're taking out? Good, thank you. Let's make sure we get them. Thank you, and let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go. Let's go a bit quicker than that. Don't just let them fall down. We have to make sure it's really, really nice. Thank you. Let's get that out. Thank you. Quicker than that, please. Thank you very much.
Hi. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. It's a real privilege to be here. This song, we all grew up listening to. We as a band, we all felt that it said everything we needed. Because it's not easy watching the world get torn apart. Being old enough to understand, but too young to have a say. So, for those who believe a better tomorrow is possible, this is Don't Stop.
the impact's imperative. The latest trends, all irrelevant. Nothing's as wild as human nature. And I'm in a room full of elephants. God save the planet, but we're the ones that really need saving. We're too worried about what we're generating, and not about the next generation. Gotta do it for the family tree. And it's not too late, but far, but time won't slow down the clock on Mother Nature. Said you're testing her patience. Replaceable, climate change isn't unchangeable. Don't need a cape to be capable. Nobody's Superman, but this could save us all. This call to arms. Who's gonna make the call? And we're so divided, but we gotta multiply action. Don't stop. Yeah. We ain't unstoppable.
Tomorrow is inevitable. And right now, tomorrow looks terrible. So turn this right up to the highest decibel, so our voices are truly insuppressible. Change doesn't come from songs and platitudes. It comes from changes in laws and attitudes. It comes from action of the greatest magnitude. But it results in a future full of love and gratitude.
Traveling at the speed of light. you ever stop to notice?
If you love somebody, better tell them why they're here, 'cause they just may run away from you. You'll never know quite when, well, then again it just depends on how long the time is left for you. I've had the highest mountains, I've had the deepest river. You can never.
They're coming back.
US nuclear weapons are coming back to Britain. US nuclear weapons don't make us safe. They make us a target. The US defence document indicates that the UK has been added to a list of nuclear weapons storage locations. All points towards RAF Lakenheath, a military airbase located only 100 kilometres from London. Have the nukes already been delivered, or are they on their way? We demanded the truth again and again.
When will we know the truth about the bombs at
But the
Lakenheath?
government refuses to tell us the truth.
Follow me, people.
So we went there ourselves to find out. Here's what we know.
We know that millions of pounds are being spent at this base to expand nuclear storage facilities. We know that nuclear-capable US aircraft are already stationed at this base.
We know that we can win. 110 nuclear bombs were stored at the base before they were removed in 2008 following popular protests. Nuclear war is not an option.
This airbase is a threat to us physically and to our democracy.
Now's the time to act. Join us.
Okay, just a warning that we will restart in this room quite soon. So I know people are still trying to get themselves a drink and milling around and not finding their seat and things. So just I'm giving you a kind of minute warning.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and friends, and everyone who's come to join us for this first afternoon plenary. And we're going global now, which is truly wonderful and very much what's needed in our disarmament and climate change movement. So we've got a selection of speakers that reflect that international community. And we have one contribution which will be on the screen, but we also have 4 lovely people in the room to talk to you. So we'll start this afternoon with Melissa Park, not Parks. We get her name right, unlike the BBC. So Melissa is as you will know, the new executive director of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, and she comes with a great pedigree as an Australian government minister, as an expert lawyer, as an advisor at the UN. Who better to lead our international campaign? So I'm going to ask Melissa to kick us off with her in her own style. So thank you, Melissa.
Hello. Oh, yes. Thank you for that lovely welcome, Janet. It's fantastic to be here in Glasgow, here in Scotland, where the Parliament, the religious leaders, the cities, and the Scottish people are all united in favour of nuclear disarmament. You give yourself a big round of applause. Yay! Now, in Australia, we've just commemorated the 70th anniversary of British nuclear testing, which disproportionately affected Australian Aboriginal people, who were the primary victims, along with veterans. Many of the survivors and their children, who continue to suffer debilitating health issues, are still waiting for compensation and environmental remediation of their lands. The same issues face Pacific Islanders, who are still dealing with their catastrophic humanitarian and environmental consequences of nuclear weapons testing, as well as rising sea levels that are also threatening their very existence. Indigenous peoples of the world have always understood the connection between all things, people, animals, and all of nature, and that there is a natural balance that must be respected. I'm convinced that most of the problems facing the world today, pandemics, climate change, mass extinctions, nuclear weapons, mental health crises, even war, stem from humanity's disconnection, our separation from nature and from each other, from forgetting that we on this planet are all ultimately connected. And our way back rests in rediscovering that truth. This Festival for Survival is making an important contribution to that effort, and I want to thank Scottish CND, Lynn Jemison is up there, and Janet Fenton for inviting me here, which is my first campaign event since taking up the role of Executive Director of ICAN just 2 months ago. And as you heard, my background is that of an international lawyer with the United Nations in places like Kosovo, Gaza, Lebanon, and Yemen, where I saw firsthand the impact of war on civilians. While I was based in Gaza, 21 years ago now, I attended a Hiroshima commemoration ceremony at Gaza Harbour. There were hundreds of Palestinian children who'd made little paper boats with candles in them. They lit the candles and set the boats afloat on the water. It was extremely beautiful, but also incredibly moving to think that here were children who were themselves being subjected to bombing on a regular basis, remembering children in another time and place who'd been bombed. And of course, this has particular resonance right now. I also served for 9 years as an Australian Member of Parliament and for a time as Minister for International Development. I was inspired by the example of Tom Uren, a former Australian government minister, who'd been a prisoner of war in Japan during the Second World War, and he witnessed the Nagasaki bombing from his camp just outside of Nagasaki. When he came home, he spent the rest of his life, including his time as an MP and minister, campaigning against nuclear weapons and for peace. And he said the struggle against nuclear weapons was the most important struggle for the human race. He understood that nuclear weapons are not an abstract, distant threat, but instead present an existential danger to all life on Earth. We know that for as long as they exist, there is the chance they will be used, whether by accident or design, by unhinged leader, terrorist group, cyber attack, or simple human mistake. And we know that the large number of nuclear weapons on high alert launch status, some 2,000, makes this all the more likely, as does the increasing use of AI in military, which is accelerating the speed of warfare and decreasing nuclear decision-making time. There have been many nuclear near misses and what's known as broken arrow events over the years that could have resulted in nuclear catastrophe. The fact that we haven't had nuclear weapons used in 75 years is not as a result of system integrity or infallibility or the inherent stability of nuclear weapons. It has been sheer dumb luck, and it is utterly fanciful to think that that luck will continue. And the question is, do we want to continue to rely on luck for our future existence, or do we want to take action to eliminate the risk, which is growing day by day? With the heightened tensions and conflict around the world, it has never been more important or urgent to take action to eliminate nuclear weapons. The new UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons provides a pathway to their elimination, and I'll come back to that shortly. The Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists this year put the hands of the doomsday clock at 90 seconds to midnight, based on the twin existential threats of nuclear weapons and the environmental crisis. It was very significant that they linked these threats. We do need to break down the silos where only so-called defence or security experts or disarmament experts get to talk about nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons are everyone's business. They are not separate from other global concerns, they are deeply connected. Nuclear weapons worsen environmental problems, divert essential funds away from addressing pressing global challenges like climate change, biodiversity loss, and social inequality, and undermine the principles of human rights and justice. Can there be a greater infringement of human rights than nuclear weapons, which impact the right to life, the right to health, the right to a safe environment, the right to healthcare, the right to a safe workplace, the right to a family, and so on? There is no use of nuclear weapons that can be consistent with international human rights or humanitarian law. It would be a war crime and a crime against humanity. Nuclear war is bad for everyone's health. In August, more than 150 medical journals from around the world, including The Lancet, issued a joint call for urgent action to eliminate nuclear weapons as a public health priority. And they cited Nature Food study from last year, which concluded that even a limited nuclear war, say between India and Pakistan, would kill 120 million people outright and cause global climate disruption leading to a nuclear famine, putting at least 2 billion people at risk of starvation. A major nuclear war between the US and Russia would put at least 5.5 billion people at risk. The fact is that the 9 nuclear weapon states do not have the right to threaten, by their possession of nuclear weapons, not just genocide, but omnicide, the destruction of all life on Earth. And this is because we're talking about not just the incineration of millions of innocent civilians and their loved ones and their homes and their cities and lands and rivers and climate, but the long-term radioactive contamination of those areas and the nuclear winter scenario. Biodiversity is already under existential threat. 70% decline in animal species in the last 50 years, according to WWF. A nuclear winter would cause the 6th mass extinction to come even sooner. And in addition to nuclear winter, there are further connections between nuclear weapons and the other 2 existential threats of climate change and biodiversity loss. Nuclear weapons production and testing damage the environment and increase emissions, exacerbating climate change. At the same time, the increase in extreme weather events and rising sea levels caused by the climate crisis accelerates the risks of radioactive contamination from nuclear weapons activities. The more polarised, militarised and confrontational the world becomes, the less chance of international cooperation to resolve other global challenges, including the environmental crisis. Nuclear war may become more likely due to a climate crisis-driven rise of resource scarcity and conflict. Nuclear war would have a devastating impact upon the environment and all living things. And there was some really significant research this year by Japanese professor Kunio Kaiho from Tohoku University, which concluded that the priority for animal species conservation must be 1, prevent nuclear war, 2, decrease deforestation rates, 3, reduce pollution, and 4, limit global warming in that order. This research highlights the fact that while every species will be harmed in a nuclear war, only one species can stop it. So the abolition of nuclear weapons is an essential part of respecting and protecting the planet, the climate, humanity, and all living things. There can be no nuclear weapons on a sustainable planet. In a joint statement in 2022, UN Security Council permanent members agreed that a nuclear war can never be won and must never be fought. The only way to ensure this is total disarmament. But rather than disarmament, that the nuclear armed states are legally obliged to pursue under the NPT, we're seeing them modernising and expanding their arsenals. $83 billion cost of it last year. This expenditure comes at the cost of investment in genuine human security, such as disarmament, development, diplomacy, health, housing, and environmental protection. So what can we do? Well, let's recognise the incredible power of civil society in shaping history. As that wise woman Margaret Mead once said, "Never doubt that a small group of concerned citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." Civil society movements have a long history of driving meaningful change, and today ICANN stands as a shining example of what collective global action can achieve. ICANN was started in Melbourne in 2007 by a small group of people sitting around a kitchen table and asking themselves what they could do to rid the world of the most devastating weapons ever devised. Just 10 years later, ICANN had become a civil society movement made up of hundreds of partner organisations and won the Nobel Peace Prize for its work, highlighting the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons and for helping to get the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons adopted at the General Assembly. The treaty came into force in 2021, and it is a game changer. It is rooted in the moral, legal, and humanitarian imperative to ban these weapons of mass destruction, rather than in the dangerous theory of deterrence. ICANN's focus now is on getting as many countries as possible to join the treaty with the aim of prohibiting, stigmatising and eliminating nuclear weapons based on the earlier successful campaigns around landmines and cluster munitions. Almost half the countries in the world have signed, ratified or acceded to the treaty, and we expect that number to come up in the coming months. Incidentally, the exciting new campaign for a fossil fuel treaty has been modelled on ICANN's campaign to achieve the TPNW. So I'll just finish up by saying that these twin existential threats of nuclear weapons and the environmental crisis affect us all. The whole world is in imminent danger for as long as these weapons exist and these threats exist. So let's join forces and tackle them together. Everyone can do something. You can talk to your neighbour, you can attend a weekly vigil at the Peace Camp in Faslane, you can lobby your local council and local MP to support disarmament and the TPNW, you can write a letter to your local paper. It's about creating momentum. It's about every one of us lighting our small candle. And when everyone does that, we create a whole lot of light in the world. And finally, I want to leave you with some wise African words. If you think you're too small to make a difference, you haven't spent the night in a tent with a mosquito. Yeah. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Melissa. Thank you so much for coming to Scotland at all. Thank you very much for your words this afternoon. And thinking about those people sitting around that table in 2007, in the other building I saw that on the wall is the Scotland's for Peace flag, and I remember that as an old banner. I haven't seen it for a long time, but it was made in around 2007 when we had the Scottish declaration that Scotland should be known for its international contribution to peace and justice instead of being a launch pad for waging war. So let's take those words about civil society to heart and realize that we can actually make this change. And on the international front, I would like to very much welcome my friend Olamide Samuel, who is going to speak to you next. Olamide is a Nigerian person who is currently working at SOAS, and he's on the board of the Nuclear Information Service, and he's a teaching fellow with SOAS and an expert on nuclear and human and all sorts of security. So over to you, Ola.
Thank you so much, Janet. Well, thank you so much for that warm welcome. It's really good to see you all here in Glasgow. When I got the invitation, I was excited to come to Glasgow because I was here in June this summer for a different conference, BISA, the British International Studies Association. And I must confess, as remarkable as that conference was, I must say the nightlife is particularly attractive in Glasgow. You know, the sorts of conversations you can have, you know, just over a pint with people that are interested in knowing where you're from was quite the attraction. So I look forward to pints after this as well. You know, Melissa highlighted a very important African quote regarding nuclear weapons. And it reminded me of a quote that I brought to the attention of a group called the Elders about 2 weeks ago in London. And this quote is in the Yoruba language, and it goes, "Bigben yope akulolo akbe baba." And what this means is, given enough time, a stammerer is going to learn how to say the word father. Now, the fact that we have 12,000 nuclear weapons in the world today, most of them on high alert, with states that have differing conceptions of what security should be, given enough time, the stammerer is going to learn how to say the word father. Given enough time, it's only a matter of probability before nuclear weapons are used. It doesn't have to be a deliberate use. It could be accidental. It could be as a result of escalation of conventional political crises, but given enough time. And so we're sitting literally on a nuclear time bomb, and the question is, what are we going to do about it? So right before we started this panel, I was speaking with Tim, who brought my attention to another quote, which I'm going to segue from. But I'd like to invite Tim to remind me what that quote was about Scotland, if you remember. Or I can refresh your memory, but I'm going to corrupt the quote a little bit. So that quote is that Scotland is the only country in the world that can disarm a nuclear power. And that is, you know, very, very remarkable. It's a very unique thing. Now, as a Nigerian myself, as someone who had grandparents that lived under essentially British occupation, under the colonial state, I must say that I do share quite deeply the movements for independence in Scotland. I'm not going to get into the weeds of the details of whether or not Scots want this country to be independent, but I must say that if independence were achieved, you would be critically disrupting one of the oldest nuclear arsenals in the world today. I think it would be a signal to the rest of the world, a very potent signal, that the historical connection between disarmament and decolonization can still have modern-day iterations. Think about it. If you were in Whitehall and you heard of Scottish independence, the logistical challenges and the nightmares that those in the MOD dream about is, where are we going to base our nuclear weapons? Right? That's the immediate question. But there's also another fundamental change to international security and politics that Scottish independence would bring. Earlier today, it was highlighted that the 5 permanent members of the Security Council are nuclear weapon states. Just for a moment, let's imagine that Scotland was independent. the UK, or the rest of the UK, would have to remake the case for their position in the Security Council because they will have essentially become a different legal entity. Now that opens up a whole conversation about the value of the Security Council, the responsibilities, and who should be on there. I mean, it's not too audacious to propose that if Scotland were independent, it has an equal stake to a Security Council seat as England and Wales. This would be the sort of disruption that will be fundamental, not only for our generation, but for future generations to come. And I want to emphasize on future generations to come, because even though we have discussions about how overpopulated the world is today with 8 billion of us, historically speaking, all 8 billion of us only make up 7% of humans that have ever lived on this planet. So even when it comes to us, thinking about nuclear war, I don't think we have the majority vote when it comes to deciding to use weapons that would have serious ramifications for future generations. So these are the thoughts I wanted to leave us with today, and I hope that we're able to, expand on this further as this panel goes on. Thank you.
So next, thank you so much. And your words about Scotland warm the cockles of at least my heart, if not many others in this room, I'm sure. And I'm going to pass over to Vanessa Henson, who is the founder of Nuclear Eureka. I was saying that I shouldn't introduce her as the social media person for ICANN, although that's what she is. But then I think everybody on this platform is part of ICANN in one way or another, so it kind of goes without saying. And also lots of significant people out there are part of ICANN as well. But anyway, I'll pass over to you now, Vanessa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Janice. And thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here, to see familiar faces. Some people that I've worked with online via Zoom but haven't met in person, so it's great to finally see some of you and all these new faces as well. Before I delve into the topic, a bit more about me and how I got involved in nuclear disarmament. So before getting into nuclear disarmament, a cause that was very dear to my heart was that of DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. And the reason that was a cause dear to my heart is because of the ongoing humanitarian crisis that is happening right now in the country due to uranium mining or just mining of minerals in general. And it's not only impacting the human lives that live behind these mines, but also the environment. So when I got to learn about nuclear weapons, and I'm actually very honored today because my mentor is on this panel, Dr. Lamide Samuel is the person who got me involved. When Dr. Lamide first introduced me to the topic, one thing he mentioned was that intersection, was that link, and how if I get involved in this fight, I'm advocating for all these causes, right? And so I'm not only advocating for the people of DRC, but I'm also advocating for a better environment. I'm advocating for the decolonization of the African continent. I'm advocating for climate change, as we are all here for today. In the thoughts of climate change, I'm gonna be reading my notes from my phone, trying to stay from paper, and so Gen Z, technically savage youth. But as I mentioned, DRC is why I got involved, and witnessing the devastating impact on the environment and local communities made me realize the profound connection between nuclear weapons and environment exploitation. So it was this pivotal moment that ignited my passion for this cause and that made me stay. So we're here today to talk about two issues at hand, as Melissa and Ola have mentioned, climate change and nuclear weapons. So first, let's talk about climate change. We all know that the world is warming at an alarming rate. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, and sea level rising are threatening our ecosystems and livelihood. Now, I am originally from Ghana, and currently in my motherland, we are seeing the devastating devastating consequences of nuclear weapons. I also have friends from the Pacific, from Fiji Islands, and there as well, they are on a daily basis witnessing the devastating consequences of climate change, and we are literally risking losing our homes and big parts of our ecosystems because of climate change. The second issue at hand today is, of course, nuclear weapons, and as Melissa and Ola has mentioned, the mere existence of these weapons are a threat to humans, to our lives. And it's not just the potential for their use, but also their production and the harms that they cause to the environment during the production, as I mentioned with the uranium mining in DRC. So what does this intersection mean? This intersection means that same way these two issues are a problem, they also have shared solutions. And so therefore, if we are to tackle the two, we have to tackle them at the same time. We can't just tackle one and leave the other. We need to tackle both simultaneously to save our future. As a consequence, collaboration between climate activists and anti-nuclear activists is not just something that is supposed to happen, but it's something that's needed and something that is vital. Because as Melissa mentioned earlier on, it's only by tackling these two that we'll be able to save our planet as we are. If we only tackle climate change, the consequences of nuclear winter are gonna devastate our climate and our environment. Similarly, climate change is also exacerbating the use and the risk of use of these weapons. I'll end this by saying that as a young person getting involved, one big part of, for me, one big important point for me is the involvement of youth. Ola rightly mentioned future generations. Ola rightly mentioned the next generations that are coming. And young people are not only experts on this topic, but specifically young people who are living at the front lines of these issues need to be not just heard, but listened to actively. Our ideas matter, our ideas valid, and one thing I'll always be very appreciative to this campaign for is always giving us the platform and always allowing us to speak and actively listening to us. So I'm gonna leave it here and ask that we continue involving youth in this panel. And once again, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. And I would just like to add that the impact of the young people that were at our ICANN conference in Oslo was phenomenal. It was tremendous and so heartening. And I hope we can learn from that in Scotland and engage better. But before, I'm going back to another old friend, Tim Wallace, who was someone that we knew here in Scotland and in the UK as a campaigner, but he went to the States to help negotiate the TPNW and didn't come back, but he's back now. So Tim, from Warheads to Windmills and nuclearban.us.
Thank you, Janet. And thank you all. I'm afraid old is the operative word, old friend. And I'm very grateful for Vanessa and others, younger people who are here, because we need to be working on these existential threats for the survival. I mean, this is our survival and our survival of our younger generations and those to come. I've just been with my grandson who's 2 months old, and so it's for him. But I would like to pick up where you've all left off and talk a bit about where we go from here in terms of building a global movement that's for survival. Because we, as Vanessa said, it's not a choice of one or the other. These are both threatening all of us, and we have to work together, and we have to find a way to make that happen. Melissa was mentioning we've been talking a lot about the TPNW, the Nuclear Ban Treaty, but Melissa also mentioned the Fossil Fuel Treaty, which is a new idea. The COP28 is meeting, overlapping with the TPNW meeting. So there's going to be two big important meetings coming up at the end of this month one in New York and one in Dubai. And one of our projects as the Warheads to Windmills Coalition in the US is we're going to have a live link between the two. So we've got activists that are going to be in Dubai talking to activists who are in New York about how we work together more effectively, how we learn from each other, how we can share best practices and ideas and ways forward. And one of them that I want to just share with you in the short minutes is about divestment and boycotting, because we know that these are effective tools. And we also know, and we've heard this over and over again so far today, that although we have some great politicians here in Scotland and a few, not many, but a few in Westminster and even fewer in Washington, D.C., I can assure you. But, you know, the reality is that the politicians are not doing, they're not looking after us. They're simply not. And we have to do something about that. And putting pressure on the politicians, especially in Washington, is the only way we're going to get anywhere with either of these issues. And we've seen it happen before. We've seen it with South Africa, with apartheid. We've seen it with to some extent, you know, with many other issues, including, you know, Nestle's baby milk formula and all these other issues. And in the 1980s, for those of you who were around then, which I could see most of you were, you know, what's less known about in this country is that in the U.S., while we were busy marching to Greenham Common or whatever, I was at Molesworth, but in the U.S., there were cities and states that were refusing to have contracts with nuclear weapons companies and divesting from them. And there were household names like General Electric, which everybody was boycotting because they, you know, their light bulbs came from there. And they said, you make nuclear weapons, we're not buying your light bulbs. You make thermostats, Honeywell, we're not going to buy them from you. The Ford Motor Company, all these companies were making parts for nuclear weapons, and they don't anymore. And one of the reasons, if you go onto General Electric website, you can find a page where they still say, we have nothing to do with nuclear weapons on their website, because they're afraid of us. They're afraid of people who are going to say, this is not acceptable. And we need the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and a fossil fuel treaty to really put it straight to these companies. You cannot continue doing this work, and we've got to work together. And I learned just recently that the University of Glasgow, have we got any students or faculty or alumni from the University of Glasgow? University of Glasgow was the first university I think in the world, but certainly in Europe, that divested from fossil fuels, or at least, I don't know the whole story, but they committed to doing that back in 2014. And that's a huge, important thing. We now have 250 universities worldwide. We have hundreds and hundreds of cities that have divested. Ireland is our great hero, both on the TPNW, but they've also divested. They're the only country that has divested from fossil fuels. So we need this kind of movement, and we need University of Glasgow to divest from nuclear weapons, because these companies are the problem. These companies, we have in the US, they're spending literally millions. 125 million was spent from fossil fuel companies on the last elections in the United States. And they have lobbyists, they hire them for their work, you know, and how are we doing for time? I'm almost done. So we need to be putting pressure on these companies. British Aerospace spends $4 million in the US, lobbying the US Congress to make sure they keep making nuclear weapons. BP spends $4 million in the US lobbying to keep fossil fuels turned on. We've got to put pressure on these companies. So that's my message. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And we have another contribution for this session from Phil Weber from Scientists for Global Responsibility. Unfortunately, Phil's not able to actually physically be here with us, but we have a video which I think is going to appear in a minute.
Hello, it's a great privilege to be addressing this plenary and this very important conference. I've got a few slides which I shall get through as quickly as I can. My basic message is that we're suffering from peak militarism, which I believe is a suicidal risk for humanity. It's leading to huge numbers of deployed nuclear weapons, and similar processes are leading to catastrophic inaction on the perils of climate overheating and climate change. The Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists has judged that 2023 is the most dangerous in humanity's history. They give several reasons for this. Primarily, I would say, the new heightened risk of nuclear war, a growing climate emergency, and finally, I won't go into all of them, there are exceeding 6 of 9 planetary survival boundaries. Here they are. Any one of the bars in red are a serious problem for the future of humanity. They haven't finished us off yet, but they could do so. The loss of biodiversity, the acidification of the oceans. The one that this stresses is at the top is climate change. If nuclear weapons are included in here as a risk, that would be an even bigger bar and would be a huge risk compared to all of these, greater than all of these. Climate change is a real problem because we're now creating conditions which are not suitable for long-term human survival. We've gone way out of the range in which humanity developed, evolved, agriculture developed, and we're facing very serious problems. We've already seen the start of this with fires, droughts, flooding, and ultimately we'll see catastrophic sea level rise. There's been a whole series of climate negotiations. The developing countries agreed to mobilize 100 billion a year to help the developing countries, although in reality more like 10 times that amount was required, but they've failed even to meet their weak target, and they've only found about 80 billion a year. This has led to a complete failure, I would say, of the climate change negotiation process and a massive erosion of trust. We have huge military spending, which is standing at 2.24 trillion, or that's 2,240 billion. And here are the top countries and their spending, the main ones being the USA, China, Russia, followed by India, Saudi Arabia, then the UK, Germany, and France. And the money we need to deal with climate change is less than half of this global budget. UK military expenditure has also increased dramatically, and there's been another 2.3 billion a year allocated for Ukraine. We've got 1.5 to 2 billion more for UK nuclear weapons, more warheads as part of that without any justification or reasoning. And the spending on dealing with climate is about 1/8 of that. And the type of money that's gone into new nuclear weapons is comparable to what's needed to settle teachers' pay or doctors' pay. So when people say the money isn't there, it's not true. There are choices about what money is spent on. The military carbon emissions themselves are huge, and our MOD has no meaningful reduction targets. If the military globally was a country, it would be the 4th biggest country. So the military, just in its existence, is a severe block to getting to zero emissions. It would be the 4th largest emitter following China, the United States, and India. Now, looking at nuclear weapons, they're designed to be extremely destructive. Just looking at one weapon, the destruction is equivalent to months of artillery shelling in a few seconds. The overwhelming of medical facilities or no possible humanitarian assistance, and one Trident warhead, using very conservative estimates, would kill 80,000 and injure 200,000. That's equivalent to 6 months of casualties in the Ukraine war, and it's a similar terrible casualty rate as is ongoing in Gaza at the moment. And there are some pictures of those two terrible situations that are going on right now. The other real risk of nuclear weapons, that's more than one, a few, is the possibility of nuclear winter caused by soot high in the atmosphere, high above the weather systems. And what we're talking about, and this is due on the latest studies, we're talking about 10 years of cooling, drought, starvation. And depending on the level of the nuclear conflict, the deeper the nuclear winter would be. And just one Trident submarine is quite capable of causing this on its own, somewhere between the damage caused by launch on warning and the regional conflict, which is based on 100 Hiroshima-type weapons in an India-Pakistan conflict. And the destruction of the launch on warning weapons is 260 times all the bombs dropped in the 6 years of World War II, 260 times, including the 2 nuclear warheads dropped, which is an astonishing figure and illustrates the sheer destructive power of nuclear weapons. I think the core problem is deeply corrupt decision-making, because the money spent on weapons goes into the companies, which then fund lobbyists and think tanks who are there to misinform us. The same cycle applies to climate inaction via fossil fuel subsidies and profit taking. So we have deeply corrupt decision-making, which leads us to out of control militarism, ongoing atrocities in Gaza, Ukraine, Yemen, across Africa. War doesn't solve anything. The end result is worse. We've only got to look at Afghanistan or Iraq. The only thing that can ever solve these things is proper peace negotiations and some form of justice for the people involved. The nuclear weapon states keep stating that nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought, but they continue to build and deploy and spend money on new nuclear weapons. And that's led to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. But to end on a positive note, we and the public are way ahead of our political leaders, and we must work even harder to mobilise resistance to our extinction, and perhaps to rework an old slogan, better active today than radioactive tomorrow, or on a burning earth. So thank you for listening, and all the best for this very important conference.
I have to say that, unfortunately, at the end of such sobering words, we're pretty much out of time for this session. But I would like to just remind you that in the face of these sobering thoughts, we're asked to be speaking our truth to our politicians and actually telling them what to do. We're asked to celebrate the options that we have here in Scotland. We're asked to engage our youth experts, and we're told in no uncertain terms that we need to make sure that Scotland is divesting from nukes and fossil fuels, and that is the way to disable the perpetrators of these, what I would call crimes. And so I think we've had an excellent input and a very inspiring lessons from the people that we've had on this panel, and I would like you to show your appreciation, but more importantly, to remember what they've told us and make it part of our lives and make it part of the ongoing conversation. So thank you to our speakers in the usual way. There's an announcement about the raffle, which Lynn is going to make.
Okay, just to remind you that there are, well, or maybe even tell you that there's a raffle going on if you want to buy raffle tickets. It will be drawn at 4:30 here, I think. So now you're off to your workshops, and thank you again. There's still tea and coffee here if you want to take a cup with you. So good luck with the next session.
Years of big ideas distilled into a billion fears. A grand design, a shiny rocket, a bullet in a bully's pocket. So mesmerized by particles, we disregard the articles, the ones we wrote to keep the peace, sullied now in blood and greed and grease. Is this the best that we can do? Oh, I can think of better things. Can't you? With the devil's pitchfork in our hands, we turn the fields of foreign lands. We mine the gulf, we dig it deeper. We free the serpent from its keeper. Yet these are the hands that fix the bones, the ones that build with sticks and stones. These are the hands that plant the tree, the ones that pull a newborn baby free.
One other announcement, folks. I meant to tell you that there's not a banner making workshop, that we were having the banner making workshop, the person was sick, and it is instead a session on the situation in the Middle East. So the workshop that's in the room that was the banner making workshop will actually be a workshop on the situation in the Middle East. I'm sorry, I should have said that earlier, but just I'm telling you now, sorry. Great. Good. There's... oh yeah, we'll do that later. Do you know? If you just look in your program at the banner making workshop.
All right, and I'll find it.
is.
Yeah, okay. And will I see you here afterwards to walk up, or shall I meet you at the restaurant?
Well, there's a final plenary here, so I'll see you here then.
Eased our earthly cares away. Is this the best that we can do? Oh, I can think of better things. Can't you? This weary earth we walk upon, she will endure when we are gone. While kingdoms come and kingdoms go, rivers run and rivers flow. You know I don't believe it's true that in this world there's nothing new. For darling, you have just begun. Rivers flow and rivers run. And if the river should ever run dry, somewhere the rain will still fall, will still fall from the sky. When I'm beguiled by the fear, the darker days are drawing near. My darling, you seduce the sun. Rivers flow and rivers run. And if the river should ever run dry, somewhere the rain will still fall, will still fall from the sky. This wounded earth we walk upon, she will endure when we are gone. But still I pray that you may know how rivers run and rivers flow. And if the river should ever run dry, somewhere the rain will still fall, will still fall from the sky. I cross my heart and I hope to live just long enough that I can give it all to you, my darling one. Rivers flow and rivers run, my darling one. Rivers flow and rivers run. Wherever we go, wherever we bide, whatever the wind and weather, wherever we go, wherever we bide, we'll travel these ways together. When the heart comes rolling in and you can't see your way into harbor, I'll heave the boat to till the sun clears the sky and it's safe once again to weigh anchor. Wherever we go, wherever we bide, whatever the wind and weather, wherever we go, wherever we bide, we'll travel these ways together. When the snow comes skirling in and buries.
Hello. If you'd like to take your seats, we're about to get started. Big room for the exit. Great. I'm Amanda Booger. I'm the director of Commonweal. I hope that all of you are familiar with Commonweal. If not, we'll certainly be telling you quite a bit about it today. One of the things that Commonweal is proudest of is the fact that we have the first fully costed new Green Deal for Scotland. And we've had it for a couple of years. but sadly the pandemic got in the way. And so if you haven't heard all about it, this is your time. I'd like to introduce you to the founder of Commonweal, someone who was instrumental in producing this work, as were the whole Commonweal team that you see up here today. But let's ask founder of Commonweal, Robin McAlpine, to give us an introduction to our Common Home Plan. Robin.
I've got a wire in mine. Right, hi folks. What I'm going to talk about today is all contained in the Common Home Plan. Now, you can get them if you haven't seen it before. The Common Home Plan is the green one, and it's the full details. A little more technical, but because we're keen to reach out beyond people that maybe don't want to know the exact kilowatt hours, we've got an orange one with some nice pictures which you might give to your auntie. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe she's the one that wants all the detail and you just want the pictures. I don't know. Right, so let me put this in context first of all. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to quickly talk over how Scotland gets to 0-0. I'm not interested in net zero. It's not good enough. If you can find some carbon, stop it. If you can see some plastic, stop using it. If you've got a pesticide that you don't need, don't use it. It's got to be 0-0. That's the reality of where we're getting to with the state of the world just now. But I also want to put it in a bigger context, which is it's hard not to look out the window and feel concern and despair about what's happening in the world just now. I've described where we are as an Archduke Ferdinand moment. The grinding of the tectonic plates of geopolitical change are being kicked off by events in the Middle East. And if you look at what happened the last time, it took us a world war, a depression, and a world war before we realised the solution was a comprehensive process of building international institutions of peace, collaboration, and communication, and a massive rebuilding programme, a big new deal. It was only for Europe the last time, and it needs to be the world this time. So why don't we just skip the 2 world wars and the depression and go straight to a global plan to lift everybody up into a situation where we no longer feel ourselves all to be lacking in global equity, such that we are angry and bitter and tend towards violence. And if we do that, the opportunities are enormous, because what it will help is to take economies which never developed into the full carbon economy and help them skip that phase and move straight to a post-carbon economy. And if you use the models that we've been developing in here, the process solves so much else, as I'll explain as I go along. So, what is the Common Home Plan? Okay, we were sitting at the start of 2019 and we were getting frustrated because the wonderful climate marches and the great work that was done by Extinction Rebellion and all the other organisations that were working so hard to raise the issue really had put it on the public agenda in a way that people couldn't ignore. But wanting to do something and knowing what to do are 2 different things. And when it comes right down to it, a Green New Deal tackling climate change is best thought of as a giant engineering project. It's not policy tweaks, it's not carbon pricing, although it's part of it. It's not mechanisms for changing people's behaviour, although that's part of it. It's digging holes and putting pipes in them. It's taking down plasterboard and putting insulation up. It is an engineering project, just like building sewers or building railways are an engineering project. And that's where we began from. What we began by doing was saying, okay, let's look at all the challenges, all the environmental challenges threatening Scotland, of which there's about 7. Resource waste, water. This is true of all of the world. We don't have quite the water problem in Scotland. But water, pollution, resources, soil degradation, carbon, biodiversity loss. There's about 7 basic major problems that the world's facing in the environment. So what we did was we started by saying, how close can we get Scotland's impact down to 0 or positive right across these indicators? So we went one by one and said, right, how is it that we are contributing to pollution? How is it that we're contributing to carbon emissions? How are we contributing to soil erosion? And what do you do to stop that happening? So we worked with, dozens and dozens of experts across an incredible range of areas. And when we started it, we had no idea if it was even possible to get to 0-0, and it is. One of the most exciting things that I have ever been involved in my career was the moment when I sat down and I went, my God, we can actually do this. This is real. We can get to 0-0. It was such a relief, I can't tell you. So we did it all. We did this through, I won't go, I'd love to do the full presentation, but I want to get to the full panel and get you in to do some chat. And there's far too much in this to summarise properly. But what I want to try and do is give you a basics of our methodology and some of the key things that we did. So what we did was we said, in every case, what's the best version of change? And then we found a way to scale it up and measure it, because it doesn't count if you don't count it. We've got to know how much this is going to cost. We've got to know how many holes there are, to put how many pipes in. If we don't do that, we will not be able to understand the task ahead of us. You've got to build a plan to enable you to deliver a plan. So what we did was a number of techniques. We looked at places where it's already done. We found out how they did it and what their costings were. Or we found it done on a smaller scale. We created a unit price and we magnified it, multiplied it by the scale that we were looking at in Scotland. Or in some occasions, we had to make estimates based on the most comparative practice that we could find elsewhere. So for example, we priced ring mains for a district heating system on the basis of water mains because we couldn't get access to the data, but they are more or less the same costs. So having done that, we were able to sum up all of the work needed to get to 0-0 and price it. Now this was in 2019 prices, but the answer was, give or take, it's about £175 billion. Now, that isn't everything. We don't know quite yet what 0-0 transport is going to look like. The technologies in that field have changed so remarkably, even since we wrote the book. Battery technologies have gone about 2 stages forward. So, for example, in the book, it suggested that cars will be battery and lorries will be hydrogen. But already in the last 4 years, it's quite clear that batteries are now more than capable of taking lorries as well, and hydrogen refueling is a nightmare. So that's a good thing. So it doesn't get us all the way there, but it does everything that we need. And then we did what we always do at Commonweal, which is say, great, this is what we need to do. How do we do it and how long does it take? So we worked with people who'd done different parts of this. I mean, literally down to the level of how many people does it take to insulate 10 houses and how long does it take? So if you've got a team of 10 working in a street of 10 houses, how long will that take? Multiply it up by all the houses in Scotland and you get a time scale. And incidentally, that's probably the most time-consuming part of the whole lot. Going around everybody's houses and get them retrofitted will take time. It's that simple. We need 6,000 tradespeople now, and we need to double that. And that's tradespeople we don't currently have. So it's 6,000 joiners, plumbers, electricians, which needs to, and semi-skilled workforce, and we need to double it quite soon if we're going to get anywhere near a 20-year target. So, £175 billion. Oh no, massive amount of money, isn't it? This is where I want to dovetail what I'm talking about today in Scotland in relation to the wider world. Because if you're going to get to net zero or 0-0 properly, then you've got to think about how you do it, not just what you do. So, what sense does it make for us to do what we're currently doing? What we are currently doing is importing extruded polystyrene insulation, which is horrible for the environment. Extruded polystyrene insulation, mainly from Holland, on large ships belching out fumes to stick in our walls. Right? This makes no sense. Scotland has got one of the least well-used lands in Europe. We've got the least well-used land. Our land is barely used. And the land that we are not currently using is all perfectly productive for things like hemp growing or scrub or tree. And there's a wonderful company now down in the Borders which is doing hemp insulation. So what we've got to do is we've got to say what's the cleanest way that we can get there? What's the best way that we can do it? And how much of this can we do in country? Because bluntly, if we cannot capture the economic gain from the investment that we have to make in 0-0, we will not be able to pay for it. So what we did was, we started to estimate how do you do this with the maximum amount of gain for Scotland. And in Scotland, we have an insulation problem because it's cold. And we have a land surface. So we should be putting these together and trying to identify how we use our land to generate the products that insulate our homes. Now, if you take that model and you do it again and again, you'll find that we can redirect a lot of the North Sea oil to producing the material supply chain industries, to producing the pipes and materials that you need to put in place a district heating system, and so on. Now, if we can do that, actually, just before we go on to that, and what's really important about this is, one of the things that frustrates me a bit is when people say it's a global problem, carbon emissions, climate change, to which I say it's absolutely not a global problem. It's an incredibly local problem. I can point with my finger at every place the carbon's coming from. It's coming out your exhaust pipe. Couldn't get much more local than that. It's coming out your chimney, your boiler flue. You can't get more local than that. It's coming out the power stations. I can tell you it's coming out of the fields. I can tell you where the carbon's coming from. It is not about international treaties, although that'll be part of it. It's about getting our fingers out and identifying where this is happening, why it's happening, and how we stop it. If you do that, the first thing you'll realise, the first thing I realised was, every single country in the world will have a different Green New Deal. We have wind and a sparse population. Our energy solutions are easy. The south of England has wind but not much available land and an incredibly dense population. Its energy solutions will be more difficult. We all have gains and advantages. Their ability to generate solar is better than ours. These will all be bespoke. So this is my question. If that's what it looks like for Scotland, what does it look like for Somalia, say? What are their problems? How do we identify this global Green New Deal that lifts them up by leveraging the resources that they've got in their country, and it does not become another transitive charity job by the developed north of dumping our wind turbines and our solar panels into their economies? Now, that lesson, what we can do in Scotland to make this possible, it's called green reindustrialisation. I might, if I've got time, I've got about 10 minutes or so. I might come on to green import substitution reindustrialisation. Oh my God, I hate some of these terms. But I always run out of time. It's inevitable. I'll do my best. So what we're looking at, what we're trying to do here is find comprehensive ways of linking the need to regenerate and change our economies with the need to decarbonise in a place-specific way. And if you do it, we did all the calculations in this, if you do it and you model it, so we got the model of Scotland's economy. Now, the scale of the change that we are talking about in this shift is difficult to model because it's so many changes at one time. These models work best if you change one or two variables at a time. But we did our best to try and estimate the amount of this economic activity that we can genuinely capture in Scotland, and we ran that through the model. And if you run it through the model, what it does is it generates about £4.5 billion of tax in a year that we can reclaim, plus about another 1.5 to 2 billion in direct income, because we're going to nationalise the energy industry in our plan. I'll tell you how if you're interested. And so what we're looking at is something like £6.5 billion income if we can get this right and we can capture the economic gain from it. So what happens, how do we finance this? 175 billion over 20 years. Well, we took the assumption this is multi-generational. If we do this, district heating could last 200 years. The houses, once insulated, will stay insulated. This is a one-off. This is one time. This is a post-war. This is Victorians building sewers and railways, or this is the post-war period building council houses and an NHS. You do this once. It's a multi-generational project. So we said, great, let's pay for it over 2 generations. Let's borrow, just for notional sake, you wouldn't do it like this, but let's for notional sake assume that we borrowed it all up front on day one, £175 billion, and we just paid interest on that over the whole period. What's the annual interest payments on it? It's about £5 billion, always being depreciated with inflation all the way through. So it's about £5 billion, and we're generating £6.5 billion in income. The question isn't can we afford climate change, it's what do you want to do with the extra couple of billion. This is the point. If you actually stop yapping, doing targets and virtue signalling, you sit down with a calculator and work out what the hell it is that you're going to do, you come up with these solutions. Right, so we can do all of this. And this is, incidentally, I should have said early on, everything, the other rule that we set ourselves was only existing technologies. No magic thing that's going to come. If it doesn't work now, we don't cost it, which is partly why transport's a little bit difficult, because the technology is moving so fast. Okay, you've got the broad picture. What does this look like? I'll just do 5 minutes and quickly whiz through a couple of areas. Houses, it's very straightforward. We've got to stop. Actually, no, wait a minute. One more thing I do need to say. Our model that we're doing this in Scotland just now is mad. It's utterly mad. We have privatised the entire climate change activity. So let me give you a ballpark idea about what this is like. What we are doing is we're lobbing grants up in the air and saying, there we go and find another £5,000 of your own and put in an air source heat pump. An air source heat pump costs about £15,000 to install and lasts for about 20 years. So you're paying basically £1,000 a year for the capital in a air source heat pump. Then you've got to actually pay for the electricity, right? You're going to buy the average person. If we go air source heat pumps, you'll have 3 in your life. You'll spend £50,000 on air source heat pumps over your life. And they come to, one off comes to about 2/3 of the price of a district heating system, right? If we do it collectively, everything changes. So I put this to everybody. If we were trying to build a sewer system the way that we're trying to decarbonise, how would we get on? Every house would get a grant to build, 10 metres of sewer? How's that working? We've actually modelled what this means. So we've got a paper that's waiting for publication. We think it's about 30% more expensive to do it the way that we're doing it, simply because of the privatisation. We are literally sending teams of joiners to a street to do a house, to then go home again, and 5 years later come and do another house on that street, and then go home again, and come and do another one and go home again. It is mad. It makes no sense. We've got to stop this nonsense. It is not climate change activity, it's virtue signalling. If we did what we are currently doing forever, we would never reach net zero. I calculated this. It's way into the next century if we keep insulating houses at this rate we're insulating them before we get anywhere near an insulated system, an insulated house with properly insulated houses. Okay, housing insulation, it's fairly straightforward. We know how to do it. It's old technology. It just needs people and a supply chain. So that's straightforward. Energy, this is also very easy in Scotland. We have more than we know what to do with. It's ludicrous. We've got so much energy. The question is, there's only really one question, which is how do we deal with intermittency? And the answer to that is 3 levels of, again, if there's technical questions, I'm delighted to do it in the panel, but you have 1 layer of batteries for hour-to-hour smoothing, you have another layer of batteries from day-to-day smoothing, and then you need inter-seasonal storage, and we think that's where hydrogen comes in. Just let all the electricity that's currently getting dumped overnight go into hydrogen, put it in a store, and that'll see no problem through the problems for periods of intermittency when there's not a lot of wind blowing or we're not getting electricity from solar or other sources. So housing and energy, straightforward. Heating is the killer. Heating is by far the biggest problem in Scotland. And I've already explained why I'm not an air source heat pump fan. They are the definition of a privatised, individualist, neoliberal solution to how to decarbonise your houses, and they are filled with moving parts that break. You will be constantly fixing air source heat pumps. District heating is for anyone that doesn't know it, district heating is a process of putting in a ring main round a town or a city and sub-mains which then go to every house, and these take very hot water round to your house, and that's disruptive. You're going to have dig holes in every street, but you do it once and it's there forever. And the disruption in the house is minimal because all you do is you take your boiler and you switch it for a heat exchanger. And it takes the heat out, the hot water that's coming into your house, and gives you all the heat you need for it. And that heat can be heated anywhere in the ring main. So all you need to do is plug in any renewable source of heating at all. It can be recovering heat from mine works, it can be ground source heat pumps, it can be industrial heat capture, it can be solar thermal In Scotland, I personally wouldn't use an awful lot of solar PV. We've got so much wind, there's no point. If you've got space for solar, use it to heat water. You can store heat really easily. Build a reservoir, fill it with gravel, fill it with water, put heat exchangers in it, heat it, put an insulated cap over the top of it, heat it all summer, take the heat back out all winter. It's really easy. We've just got to plan it and do it. Another tricky one, well, I already pointed out that transport's difficult. What we can do is get our charging infrastructure right. And currently we're doing exactly the wrong thing. The Scottish Government a year and a half ago privatised it. They privatised all the charging in Scotland. It would make you great. Land is difficult. It's just, I mean, I come from a farming area, and we need to work with farmers to change farming practices to move towards eco-agriculture, where we are regenerating the soil as we use it. No time to talk about that just now. Actually, you know what? I'm going to jump. There's a whole section, there's 10 sections in this. There's a whole section on resources. What should we be using? How do we get out of plastic? Well, the other thing is, Scotland's got hundreds and hundreds of land. Bioplastic is just waste biomaterial. If you've got a lot of land, plant a lot of stuff, make bioplastic, become a world leader, hooray! Let's just do these things and get on with it in Scotland. But the last point that I want to make is about us. And Ian will talk about this a little bit more, because this is his expert area. Us as a species, us as a country. We need to change how we think about our relationship to our lives. And I'm only going to give you one example. You all assume that what makes you happy is buying stuff, because you've been trained to believe this, and you think a shopping mall is a good place as opposed to a hellhole, right? And we've been trained to think this so much. But what if we weren't buying stuff to throw it away again, to buy more stuff to throw it away again in an endless cycle? What if, rather than owning 4 washing machines in our life, we had one really, really good washing machine? It would cost maybe twice as much to build, but it would be designed to be incredibly robust and replaceable, repairable at every stage, modernisable. Washing machines technology doesn't change, it just does the same thing forever. And then if you're manufacturing that, the problem is that our economy makes you want to buy cheap things, and therefore we cut every corner in manufacturing to save £5. But that doesn't matter if you go to leasing, because if you lease that washing machine over 30 years, it doesn't matter that it costs twice as much to build. We could build it in Scotland. We could have a mass manufacturing plant in Scotland, because you're spreading the cost. And now the marginal cost of saving £5 doesn't make any sense. Take that concept. Lease, don't own, borrow and rent, and then we can change our lives round about. Because rather than kidding ourselves on that we were happier because we spent a day in a shopping mall buying something we ended up not really liking that much, we can lease it, and if we don't like it, we can send it back. Meanwhile, we can spend our time with our friends and our loved ones, relaxing, socialising, being creative, participating, arts, hobbies, getting engaged in your community. Because when it comes right down to it, the mental health crisis that we are in, and we are in a mental health crisis, is because you've been told that you can chase happiness at the end of a shopping receipt. And everybody knows this is not true. Happiness is a thing which comes from achievement and relationships in a world in which we live. If we do that, if we build a world in which we can have more of everything, and we can have more of everything, we just don't have to own it all the time. If you try the violin, don't like the violin, swap it for a trumpet. Don't buy it, lease it, it'll all be fine. We can have access to better stuff than we have just now, more stuff than we have just now, at much less cost than we have just now, and waste a hell of a lot less of our precious time than we do just now. This agenda is not about sacrifice. It is a massive opportunity to tackle every single one of the shitey problems that beset our society and our world. If we can do this in Scotland, we can do this at the globe. If this can create the outcomes that I believe it can, this changes the world, and it leaves us in a place where we can live comfortably within our resources and exist friendly towards each other in a world where we're happy. because we are no longer constantly chasing a profit that doesn't gain us anything anymore. And that is roughly the Common Home Plan. Others will give you their impressions just now, and you can ask all the questions you want about this, or you can get copies of it over there, and you can find out the exact megawatt power that we are going to need to take all of Scotland's cars off of petrol and onto electricity. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Robin. That was one of his shorter speeches. Sorry. So Commonweal is a non-profit. We are governed by a board of volunteers, and our next speaker is actually one of those board members. And I'm not going to say too much about him. I'm just going to ask him to come and speak. Professor Ian Black, Professor of Sustainable Consumption at the University of Strathclyde, and Ian's been very involved in our Common Home Plan and a lot of the other work that Commonweal does. So over to you, Ian.
Hi, folks. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here. I was thinking sort of controversially, where I'm going to end up with my speech here is to make the case for war. Okay, because it's, so bear with me. I thought I'll come to a peace conference and make the case for war, but hopefully you'll see where I come. You've got to stay. If I do it badly, yeah, just give me the hook. But, you know, obviously there would be no violence in that. I also wanted to recognize where I am as an academic and in my career is absolutely down to the peace movement. I used to live near Greenham Common in the 80s. The only thing that really affected me was sometimes because the transport to school was blocked because of the protesters, but it was the first and only protest my mum ever went on. My dad was an Edinburgh policeman, straight down the line, unionist, head-kicking, special branch policeman, and the idea that we could go and do something that would be rebelling against the state was just unheard of. But my mum felt that it was safe to go and do that and put her hands around Greenham Common, and that just opened a wee light in my mind. Where I also come from is very much from, as an academic, around the Lester Brown's Full Planet Empty Plates, where he very clearly, in a book that over 12 years old now, took the climate crisis to scarcity to climate migrancy to war to civilization collapse. That if you can't feed yourself, if your place is being washed away, you don't sit around, you move. And therefore we have a very clear line between a desire for peace and how that will be eroded through the climate migrant. I think the important thing is, well, what do we do about it? And this is where I get to one of the things I'm going to say. I'm not going to talk about the us part of the Common Home Plan. I'm going to talk about what's maybe just missing in there. Because in the 4 years since we've had this paper, we've put another 160 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent into the atmosphere. And that's approximately about half we had left on some of the modelling to keep us within 1.5 degrees. Okay, so what do we need to do left? I mean, our Common Home Plan is a fantastic thing, but what we're not doing is acting like it's an emergency. And we're not have emergency style of government that's in place. So one of the things I think we need to do is to reiterate to our elected leaders that you've got to listen to the science. And that doesn't just mean listening to the physical scientists, the meteorologists, and the ice code. I see Professor Mike Danson doing this. They're proper scientists rather than us social scientists. But you've got to listen to the social scientists. So the most powerful piece of work I've read recently on climate change and how we deal with it was in Nature last year, when it looked at where green hydrogen is now. Now, I'm not a fan of green hydrogen. It's just a way of making sure the oil and gas industry keep us dependent on energy. But it looked at where green hydrogen is now, where green hydrogen, all the model it needs to be across here. And it says, okay, how do we get from there to there? And what it did is it then looked at all of the products since the Industrial Revolution have gone to saturation, like telephones, cars, et cetera. It said, okay, well, what are the innovation contexts that have allowed us to go from here to there within the time that we have left? And there was only 2 innovation contexts where we can see that. One was around COVID and the COVID vaccines. And the second one, which is my advocacy for war, was the Second World War response in America. and how the arms industry went from Ford making cars to making B-2 bombers within 19 days. Where the Americans were launching Liberty ships, 140-meter long Liberty ships, 2 every 3 days. And what we're really talking about there is they changed the system goal. It was to save our boys, save America. No longer GDP growth. They co-opted institutions across there. We had emergency forms of government, deregulation across the board, but incredible collective energy around the innovations to make sure that people have incredible collective activity around. They had war bonds to finance that. It brought the Afro-American community in America into the workforce. It brought women into the workforce. So if we have to think about what we need to put on top of the Green Home Plan to actually get to where we want, we have to have a different form of governance. And that form is if it's an emergency, you act like it's an emergency. Where does that bring all of us here? We've got to ruthless advocacy for an emergency response. Mark and I put up something for the resolution at Friends of the Earth Scotland's last AGM saying that we should act like it's an emergency. And I got an email back saying, we'll get to that next year. Okay. We have to talk to power in that. The business as usual, and what you think is going well now is not quick enough and is not hard enough. We need an emergency response. We need the democratic structures. We need the land. We need local government reform. And the SNP and the Greens can deliver that to us, because when we've got land, we've got power. And then we have, I think, the opportunity where we can start to say, well, the democratic structures change and we'll act like it's an emergency. And then these things become possible. Then these things about having the right number of joiners and electricians and the local things become possible. So that's where I hope I've managed to sort of feel okay with there are some lessons of the prioritization and the collective effort that comes with an existential crisis. Second World War, America, climate crisis, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. In a project like this, well, the 2 books, you can imagine that it involved the efforts of an awful lot of people. But all of that information that was gained from them had to be pulled together and checked and everything else. So the person I'm going to ask to speak about that is our Head of Policy and Research, Dr. Craig Dyell.
I am really glad that Robin didn't try to explain green import substitution reindustrialisation to you, because back in 2020 I was an expert witness to the Scottish Climate Assembly, and I had to try and explain it to them, and I just outright said that is the worst name for any policy anywhere. Essentially, it's trade tariffs and regulations to stop people importing polluting products when you're trying to deregulate pollution from your internal economy. That policy almost didn't make it into our Common Home Plan because we thought that's too radical even for us, surely. We're going up against the global free market on this one. We're going to get a bit of kickback, aren't we? But we put it in and we didn't get that much kickback. I took it to the Climate Assembly. This body, which is a representative body of the people of Scotland, voted in favour of that policy by more than 90%. The EU, that bastion of socialist economics, brought in their version of this policy last month. They now have a carbon border mechanism that will start to tax the carbon emissions on imports into the EU. Still not certain if the UK will be following them on that. If they do not, that's going to be another little Brexit bonus for us, isn't it? I'm going to keep this brief because I want to get to the Q&A. I'm more interested to hear about you than hear me keep talking. But yeah, this was a massive work drawn from a huge variety of experts, and I am very, very confident that it is now the most comprehensive Green New Deal plan, probably still on the planet at a national scale. Joe Biden's Inflation Reduction Act is probably the next closest, and that's very incomplete and is mostly about creating a trade war on solar panels, another thing that the EU is really panicking about. But as Robin says, this is a blueprint that is tailored for Scotland, but I hope that when people read it, you can start thinking about how would this work for other countries as well. Because the thing that gives me hope on this is that, as Robin says, all the solutions in this are possible. We're not relying on a magic wizard technology like carbon capture to come and save us in 30 years. The only barrier is a very human barrier. It's the politicians. We can deal with them.
Thank you, Craig. Craig will be set on at the politicians coming up. In every organisation, there are always certain people who really make a difference and who manage to do it in a way that everybody really appreciates the care and their participation and everything else. And so our final speaker before we go to questions and answers is someone that the Commonweal team feel like that about. She's been absolutely essential in getting Commonweal to where it is at this point, and we hope she'll continue to be involved with Commonweal for a very long time. Ladies and gentlemen, Tiff Kane.
Thanks, Amanda. That was very nice. So I'm glad to be here and hear this again, because the last time I heard it was 4 years ago when we initially launched, and we had big plans for how to build this campaign and build a mass movement for it, and COVID basically killed that. And I've been away a long, extended maternity leave. I've had 2 boys, absolutely mental, I'm exhausted. But it's been a really beautiful time, but at the same time I feel like I've been watching crises after crises unfold and feeling very powerless, because I've not been in my activist circles and there isn't a campaign plan anywhere in place that I can see, nothing of this scale, which is coherent and coordinated and has the power to unite movements. And that was already. And what I hope is that this can be the start of rebuilding this, because if it isn't, then what we are going to get is we're going to get the blame. The blame is going to be put to the individual, which we're already seeing. We'll have to make payments. It's already been proven that the oil companies actually created the idea of us working out our carbon footprint. So while we're all doing the calculations and working out how we can, as individuals, make changes, behind the scenes, they're planning not only how they can maintain their wealth and power, their existing wealth and power, but how they can profit from this transition, this new Green Deal. They take away the new part because they don't want any social or economic transformation. They want to maintain neoliberal economics to the end, and I'm absolutely sick of it. So I hope that we can start a movement, and I think that by doing that, we need to connect with people. So when I speak to people today, it's hard for them to worry about climate change. It's not that they don't care. It's the fact that I read Joseph Rowntree recent research last night. 7 in 10 Scots are really struggling and making difficult choices, whether it's skipping meals or getting into arrears on their bills. And that goes up to 8 in 10 for single parents, large families, low-income families. But the reason why they're in a difficult situation is because it's the same people that have created this mess. The energy companies, the corporations, the politicians that are protecting them. And I think that's how we get through. We have to talk to them about the material interest. It's the same thing. When the Yellow Vest movement in France happened, there was a slogan that said, "Yous are worried about the end of the world, we're worrying about the end of the month." And that was when Macron tried to put the payment of fuel tax onto the people, right? A brilliant movement. But other protesters said, the end of the world, the end of the month, it's the same problem. It's the same system. And I think we've got to be big and brave enough to join the dots. And that's what this Green New Deal does. It connects all the problems that we've been facing, all the crises that we've been facing, and comes up with solutions that transforms people's lives. And that's how we get their attention. So that is the beauty of the Green New Deal. I really hope you'll support it, support Commonweal to do it. That's why I'm here. Let's build a movement and let's win. Let's start winning.
We thought at this point people might have some questions, so we'll go into a quick question and answer session. If anybody would like to ask a question, just put up your hands. We've got maybe 10 minutes left. We've said it all so much. Right. I will just run down here with the mic, or there was somebody else going to do that for me. Would you, Francis?
Yeah, I'm capable of asking very long questions, and I'll try to avoid that. The obvious question is why not only has this not happened, but why has almost none of it happened since you produced your really excellent book? And so my question is essentially, is the Scottish Government, including the civil service, capable of delivering this? Or, I mean, just in the context of where I work, the Just Transition Partnership, we're saying we need a completely systemic change in the way in which the Scottish Government does stuff. So there's a specific question there. And also, what in your plan is the role for private companies? How do you get private companies to be part of delivering that?
That's great. I'm going to ask one more question and then we'll go back up to the panel.
It's a similar question. Craig, you said the problem was the politicians. Is it the politicians or is it the people, that people don't support this? And until we've convinced people to support this, we won't be able to get political action. Sadly, most people in Scotland want to retain nuclear weapons in Scotland. That's really hard. That doesn't represent the view in this room, but we need to change people's minds and not think that we can simply capture the state, because we've seen from the pushback on everything from deposit return schemes to low emission zones, you need to take people with you. And what's the strategy for doing that rather than focusing on government and politicians?
Before we forget the first gentleman's question, I'm not sure it was so much of a question.
The previous question, said, unfortunately, people in Scotland want nuclear weapons. I've got news for them, they don't. The post was a massive opposition.
I don't know if somebody's got in charge of the mic. There we go. Right, okay. My general view here is that, but the media is a nightmare. Let's be clear about this. The media is a nightmare. We have a large, chunky, hostile media, and they are really stoking culture wars over this stuff. There's a couple of answers to that. This is really my area. Okay, so Craig's policy, I'm strategy. And I think we've all been making mistakes because we keep emphasizing sacrifice. So if you look at almost everything that we've been doing, it's all been sacrifice. You can't take your car here, you can't do this, and there's no social gain. Now there should be. If we did it like this, there's massive social gain. And we've got to start thinking not about how climate change mitigation can make your life a bit worse, but how it can make it a bit better. So we've got to start thinking, this is why we did this, because it's a positive vision, right, which can actually make this change and make this different. The other thing is, there's no we if the politicians don't lead. That's the thing that gets me, is if the politicians are chasing the public, who's moving the public? Because in the current society that we've got, a climate change movement can't get these complexity of messages over to people easily. We need some leadership on this. My view is generally, on a whole bunch of things just now, not least at Gaza, is the public's now moving ahead of the politicians in a lot of these subjects. What I don't think we're doing is articulating a case that climate change mitigation is a gain, not a loss. And that's my fundamental problem. We've got to start saying your life will be better because of this, not you're going to have a little bit less of a life. And where are we just now? Matthew was saying, what we've got to with this. Well, we had a big giant, like I say, we had a giant big, the last time we saw ourselves together before COVID, we were planning a giant tour. We were going to go all over Scotland. This was our whole focus. We bought hundreds of books. Then we couldn't sell them because we couldn't go anywhere. And we lost our momentum with that. Where are we just now? What we are doing is a circle, a roundabout circle between government agencies, civil servants and politicians of what gets me through this week. What can I do this week that looks like I'm doing something so I can get through one more week without someone asking me what I'm doing? And so we get PFI for trees instead of a land reclamation programme, and we get the privatisation of charging because they think that's going to generate it faster. We're going the wrong direction. So we need leadership, and we need a plan, and we need vision, or we won't get there. I'll let you go on.
So just I think on a couple of things there, and I think there is some fairly clear messaging I'd bring in here, that we are in the middle of not a cost of living crisis, but we're in a fossil fuel cost of living crisis. Those things that you're talking about there, Tiff, are roundabout because we didn't insulate our homes, because we still have the global market and how the price for energy is set. So if we're in two sets of we're in a fossil fuel cost of living crisis and we're in a climate crisis, then the problem is the same as the fossil fuel industry. So I think that there is an element of how do we get movement on one. Do we just make it very, very clear and in the messaging that what people are struggling with at the moment is the fossil fuel industry, and we deal with that, then we are able to deal obviously with the cost of the climate crisis. I think the other point, Matthew, there about for SMEs, I think the issue here is about a point I didn't get to. Big or for-profit organisations. It was another part of the way that the Americans dealt with the Second World War, was this is bounded capitalism. It's almost planned economies. And they said, okay, we need to build ships. So you need to organise what these ships look like. You need to come up with the innovations to make sure that everybody can build these ships. So they changed the engines, the steam engines and the ships, so more than one company could do it. But boy, did corporate America then build like hell and make great profit from it. But the point is about bounded capitalism, and the only things that we bind on here are things that deal with the fossil fuel cost of living crisis and the climate crisis, and that's where the emergency gets absolutely focused in the prioritisation. So I think there is something really positive for corporate and SME Scotland, but recognising that it's not making plastic hats. It's insulation, decent food, decent homes, and these things that really matter.
Just to add on that point, there is a big issue in Scotland about the way that we procure things, especially for big projects. Right now, if the Scottish Government put out a call to insulate 100,000 houses, it would look for one company that's capable of insulating 100,000 houses. We need an approach that is more demand-led than supply-led. So we have this call for 100,000 houses, and then we get everyone who is capable of insulating houses to bid for, well, I can do 10, so give me the contract to do those 10. Right? Extend that to other aspects of retrofitting, other aspects of the Green New Deal, even things like procuring food for schools. One of the issues that we get for getting decent local quality food in schools is we can't supply, one farmer can't supply all the milk for all the schools in a local authority, for instance. So that, more space. More space for much more local enterprise, I would say, is what we need for this. Yeah, on that scale, yeah.
Thank you. We've got a question down there, and then we'll go to the gentleman in the green T-shirt, and then down here at the front, Francis, if you would.
My question's about how much have you thought about thinking of the potential of artists and arts practices in this? Because I've worked with an artist who was based in Santa Cruz, but he developed a vision for Scotland to give more back to the life web than it consumed in a really right-wing area in Aberdeen, and took a lot of quite right-wing opinions along with him, because he reconceptualized this idea of wealth around, obviously, the commons. He talked about the cubic rainfall being a real gift to Scotland, and how that we could trade that rain for areas with extreme drought. And it would just build this amazing, imaginative picture of, oh, this is possible. And what I've loved about the presentation today is there's been a lot of great talk about engineering, but for me, I feel there's this conceptual gap about how do we redefine what the economy really means and how an economy of care can be shaped. And really, I think we're missing a trick if we don't take on the expertise of artists, because they are future tellers. They can show complexity in the way that marketeers can't, and that's, for me, is the root of how we can bring the public along with us, because we need to get rid of these right-wing governments.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think we all felt that very much. I'm going to ask Tiff to come into that, and then ask Ian.
Yeah, I completely agree. I did actually want to talk about that and I forgot. When the New Deal was started in America in the 1930s, 40s, Roosevelt poured millions into artists, visionaries, to bring this to life so that people could imagine what it looked like. Steinbeck was part of that. He got money for that. And in today's day, the world's feeling powerless and struggling to imagine and believe that anything will change, because we've just been pushed down and down for decades now. There's a blockade on the imagination. We can't imagine. So people might engage with this and go, fanciful, never going to happen. So yes, I would absolutely love visionaries and artists to get involved, and that is going to help people.
Ian.
So just, I mean, the wedded link throughout the book is this notion that it's not GDP growth that we live by. It is a much rounder human version of existence. So one of the things I do that depresses me regularly is I'm part of the Tipping Points Coalition. So this is Tim Lenton's group at Exeter who look at this the climate systems that are tipping over. So you might have heard that we've probably lost the West Antarctic ice sheet. We're probably going to lose Greenland quite soon, etc. But one of the really positive things that they do is they also look for social tipping points. And absolutely at the vanguard of that are the artists. And the best conference I've ever been to as an academic was down there last year when they had the technical folk there, the social scientists, and right around us we had the yoga teachers, the storytellers, and the artists. And it was wonderful seeing the hard-nosed scientists going, oh, well, this is the bit we've been missing. So I think there is something really positive, and there's something we're going to be very positive coming from that group around, rather than just more doom and gloom about cascading tipping points and how 56 meters of sea rise is coming, saying, no, what the artists leading us towards the social tipping points of when we really get behind this and get to this emergency action.
Just very quickly, you don't have to persuade us. Commonweal was named by poets, literally. A group of poets gave us our name. It was artists who designed our entire look, and everything we do is visual, right? So when we did this book, which I was supposed to mention, completely forgot, not only do we do climate change work, but we do work across a whole bunch of areas. We pulled it together in a single coordinated vision for Scotland, and it was absolutely essential for us that it was a beautiful work that made you feel, not just that you could understand, but that you could feel. So we hired 2 illustrators who illustrated the book for us. When that picture came through, I'll be absolutely honest with you, okay, I know I had been working 12-hour days, 7 days a week for 2 months by that point, but I cried when that came in. That was our last picture, and I cried, and it made me feel the thing that I wanted to feel at the start of this. Every single chapter of this book is a beautiful bespoke illustration with the purpose of telling you to feel the stuff that follows. And is that just because I'm some sort of hippie? No, I do this for a living, and I will tell you point blank, I'm not debating it with you. I can show you the MRI scans. When you tell people stories, not facts, but stories, and you make them feel it, and you show them it in images, it changes minds faster. It's not a discussion, it's not a debate. If it didn't, advertisers wouldn't spend so much money on artists. It's that simple. We don't understand these things properly. Go and look what the other side is doing. They spend a fortune in art. Unfortunately, it's advertising, and we think we can just throw placards or slogans or bits of paper at people. No, people will never believe in a future they cannot close their eyes and see. And if you cannot close your eyes and see a future, you won't believe it. And it's that simple. That's why we've got pictures of cars and cars adverts. It is not just a bunch of statistics about miles per gallon and horsepower. It's a picture of you in a car. It's not you, but you're imagining yourself.
Thank you.
Tony Sutton, Edinburgh. I do agree. I think there can be beauty in engineering. I'm an engineer, but I love the creative industries, and the two can definitely be brought together. And And I think we've missed an opportunity, or we're missing opportunities probably because of the lack of political support for the war against the climate, against climate change. As was said earlier on, you know, we make tremendous advances in technology and when there's times of war, and we should be doing the same. However, back to the point, I'm bought into the plan, bought into the policy, strategy. Are we putting the horse before the cart? 175 billion, even chunked in, you know, the elephant divided up. We've got to borrow that money. Do we need to get the independence for Scotland first before we can get the borrowing powers, or is there another way of funding this?
Craig, I'm going to go to you.
One of the things, I mean, the Green New Deal is not possible under the current devolution and financial arrangements. If Scotland wants to go any faster than the UK will let us go, that's a simple part of it. If we want to go faster than the UK is going, then we need to change those arrangements, whether by more devolution or independence or whatever, or revolution. There is stuff that we can do now, and that's something that we're really clear about in the book as well. If we cannot have the funding powers to start building a district heating system yet, then we should at least plan where it should go. We should be surveying Scotland for our energy and our heat resources and our energy and our heat demands. This is something the Scottish Government's actually started to talk about. It has given powers to local authorities now to draw up heat maps of where they think their demand for heat and for insulation are. They haven't really done the supply side, and they haven't given the local authorities any resources to do these plans. So my own local authorities just said it's not going to do it because it's got no money to do it. So that's a block there. But the point is that we should be looking at this Green New Deal and working out what can we do now, what can we take up to shovel ready, and then what does genuinely need to wait until we have the powers to do it, and how do we get those powers to do it?
Thank you.
And then shame the rest of the formations that actually.
You got thoughts on that one? The X-Prize model.
Right. I don't think that's the biggest problem. I think it's coming back to the kind of cluster of questions that we got round about here. I was this close to being an engineer. I swiveled at the last minute and went and did arts and humanities and social sciences at university, but I nearly went to become an engineer. And I still actually think engineers are the only people that are actually really good at things, so it's kind of in my head. So the way that I'm thinking about this when you're talking about it is, right, okay, so you're going to build something, and you want to persuade everybody that it's worth building. How are we going to do that till you've designed what we're going to build? Right? So my problem is that until I personally, and I know this is going to sound counterproductive, but I would stop all climate change action coming out of the Scottish Government right now. Because like I say, if you add it all up and you kept doing it, you could triple the speed and we still wouldn't get anywhere near net zero with what we're doing. So I'd rather they just stopped wasting the money. I mean, now I emphasise here, there's other reasons you insulate houses, such as poverty and damp and all sorts of things. That's slightly different. But generally, as the net zero, I'd rather they stopped and said, right, you know what? This isn't. We can't just double this or triple this and get to where we want to go, because it's not going to. This isn't going to get us where we want to go. I'd rather they just stopped and said, right, let's do our. If they're not going to pick the Common Home Plan, go and do your own version. You show us what this works like. Right? And then you tell us what needs done, and then we'll talk about it. But I just don't think that you can start from a blank sheet of paper and chuck money in the air and hope somehow these two things are going to square each other up. It won't. This is, one more time, this is sewers. Someone's got to map out where they're going to go. You can't conceptualize a sewer and produce a prize for it. None of this stuff is clever. Right. It's holes in the ground. That's what we're doing here. We've got to know what it is that we're digging. Until we do that, we can't plan for it, and we can't explain it to people. We need a plan.
I'm going to plan the next couple of minutes because we've not got much time left, and we've got two questions down the front, first on the end and then in the middle.
So my name's Margaret Forbes from Blainfield, and there's a lot of stuff to take in. Do I need to buy your book in order to understand what you've said? And secondly, a According to quantum physics, all possibilities exist simultaneously in the universe. So this is like a box of chocolates. Take out what we want and decide what we are going to have, and that is how we will fix the situation.
Thank you, and I'm going to come to Craig later to comment on that as a laser physicist. I'm sure he'll have a comment. Let's go to the gentleman in the middle first.
Robin knows me slightly. I'd like to give... Where do you raise your funds from?
I'm really glad I came to you at the end.
No, you
Aye.
don't.
It's
You
perfect.
Don't need, Robin,
So I'm supposed to do
Robin,
this.
You don't need to answer that question. Because what I'm going to say is I've got an Alistair Gray original print signed by him before his death, and I'd like that to donate that to Commonweal if I can.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Just to answer the question anyway, because I'm supposed to say it, we are 100% funded by small regular donations from members of the public, and it means that we are 100% working for people who want us to exist. We have no conflicts of interest. We don't work for anyone else. We don't take big grant money. We don't take corporate money. We don't take government money. We're not offered government money, but we don't take government money. It's how we can do this stuff and say not good enough. So yeah, no, absolutely. Just to say, I know nobody would know this, but I'm obsessed with quantum physics. I'm always reading quantum physics stuff. I just find it really interesting. And I think what we're really needing here is some spooky action at a distance is what I think we're needing. I think somehow we're needing to do something over here that's going to change that over there.
Please stop him talking about physics.
You can't get him to stop.
I'm going to have to explain quantum physics to him again now, aren't I? Yeah, I was a physicist before I got into politics. And I cut this out of my speech up there because I wanted to keep it short. That another reason I'm hopeful is that I think there's kind of two problems in the world. And we've talked a lot about the engineering problems. These are the problems that we know we can fix because you can always design a better thing to fix it. However, if your problem is a physics problem, that you need to change the laws of physics of the universe to get that to work, such as infinite growth on a finite planet, then you're kind of up a gum tree on that one. So if physics tells us that the Green New Deal is possible, I'm hopeful.
Thanks, Craig. Thank you all so much. Do we have a final question before we wrap up? I think we got round everybody. Oh, no, right at the back. Where's Francis? Behind you.
Too early for panto season.
I should say Francis is also one of our volunteer board members. We make them work.
Just a quick one. What can we do to help?
I think that's one for me, probably. Times are tough. Robin mentioned that we are funded purely by small donations, and that is regular donations that people pay us 5, 10, 15, 20 pounds a month. But there's a cost of living crisis, and I am the one that gets to read all the heartbreaking emails from people who supported us with their monthly donations since 2014, every month, and now are writing to me upset because they're having to stop. Because for some of them, it's the difference between a meal or heating or whatever. And so that is affecting our donors. Not all of them, and we're very grateful to all of them, but it definitely has made a difference to us over the last year. Our income has slowly declined since 2018, and it's really because people throughout the pandemic and now because of inflation do not have the disposable income that they might have had in 2018. So the one thing I would say is, from a financial perspective, if you can afford to donate to us, please do. And the other thing, even if you can't afford to do that yourselves, please tell people that you know about us. I'm always amazed that we think that we're getting good traction with the work that we put out, but a lot of people do not know about us. So the one thing I would ask for all of you is please tell your friends, ask them to put the word out, tell them about our publications. A lot of the things, the lady had asked, do I have to buy the book? It's easier to read it in the book, I'll be honest, but it is available as a free download on our website.
which is commonweal.scot. So, have a look at what we've got there, pass it on to people that you think will be interested. And all I can say is thank you all very much for coming along today. And everybody wants to say their final words, so let me pass you over.
I just wanted to make sure that there are many other things we can do apart from give money. I think this is the important thing, and tell people. So advocate those, the most, we understand how to change systems. There's a brilliant piece of work by Donella Meadows at Leverage Points on a system, and you change systems quickly by changing the goal of a system. And how do you change the goal of a system? You change the mindsets of the people who develop the goal of the system. So every time you are at an intersection of power, whoever that is, the most powerful person you know, you've got to be holding up a mirror that the system that's got us into this problem is not the system that's going to get out of it. We've got to be relentlessly pushing that point forward too. So as a way of challenging the decision makers and challenging them, and then you've got the hopeful vision of a well-costed plan that is implementable now. So I just wanted to. It wasn't just financials.
And just to finish, I'm going to swear here. So the folk that came in, the question is, what can we do to help this stuff? I'm lucky. I get paid to wake up in the morning in despair and work my way out of it by trying to find solutions. And it saves my bacon, because if I didn't, I'd be going daft by now. So here's one thing you can do, which is share that with somebody else in a very simple way. I guarantee you, at some point over the next fortnight, someone's going to say to you, it's all fucked, isn't it? And you're going to say, no, it's not. www.commonweal.scot.
10,000 years of big ideas distilled into a billion fears. A grand design, a shiny rocket, a bullet in a bully's pocket. So mesmerized by particles, we disregard the articles, the ones we wrote to keep the peace, sullied now in blood and greed and grease. Is this the best that we can do? Oh, I can think of better things. Can't you? With the devil's pitchfork in our hands, we turn the fields of foreign lands. We mine the gulf, we dig it deeper. We free the serpent from its keeper. Yet these are the hands that fix the bones, the ones that build with sticks and stones. These are the hands that plant the tree, the ones that pull a newborn baby free. Is this the best that we can do? Oh, I can think of better things. Can you? Oh, I can think of better things that hands can make and hearts can sing. For now we deal with those for whom life is but a carnal tomb, in which the darkness holds no power, neither does the final hour. We may lament the deadly art of tiny atoms torn apart, visions that we can't return, and future fires in which we fear we'll burn. But this is the art of those before, who found a cure within the core, that no
remind you about raffle tickets, and the raffle will be drawn in 6 minutes, and we'll be sitting down in a few minutes. We should really be there now. There's lots of excess bread and oatcakes apparently, if anybody wishes to take some home or to buy some. Yeah, there's still people coming, so we're going to run slightly over because we've still got people walking up the street. Oatcakes and bread for a donation, apparently, if you want to stock up with oatcakes or you didn't get your bread in, you can give a donation. Isabel. Okay, well done. That was good. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Sure. While you're still mingling, I'll just remind you, if you're not already a member of Scottish C&D, now's your chance to join. I think there's people here with card readers to sign you up. We will, I mean, these will keep a long time, so the oatcakes will keep.
From the sky, when I'm beguiled by the fear, the darker days are drawing near, my darling, you seduce the sun, rivers flow and rivers run.
You might want to keep it back.
Should ever run dry, somewhere the rain will still fall, will still fall from the sky.
And this one.
This wounded earth we walk upon, she will endure when we are gone, but still I pray.
Hello everybody. Raffle ticket draw will be in a few minutes. You've got 1.5 minutes to buy last minute raffle tickets.
Somewhere the rain will still fall, will still fall from the sky. I cross my heart and I hope to live just long enough that I can give it all to you, my darling one. Rivers flow and rivers run, my darling one. Rivers flow and rivers run. wherever we bide, we'll travel these ways together. When the heart comes rolling in, and you
Are we getting
can see
ready?
your way into harbor, I'll heave the boat to till the sun clears the sky, and it's safe once again to weigh anchor. Wherever we go, wherever we ride, whatever the wind and weather, wherever we go, wherever we ride, we'll travel these ways together. When the snow comes skirling in and buries the path that you've chosen, I'll light us a fire to keep us warm, and we'll wait till the ice is unfrozen. Wherever we go, wherever we
Just in case. Just in case I went kind of.
wherever we go,
Right.
wherever
Okay.
we
On stage.
ride, we'll travel these ways together.
Hello, hello, hello. It's raffle time.
Storm has blown.
Right, we're ready to start. I'd like to thank Rebecca Johnson for offering, or rather being willing, to do the draw of the prizes. I'm very pleased that Rebecca's doing that. She's one of our most eminent and active and long-standing activists, 5 years at Green and Common, Vice Chair of CND UK, and one of the co-founders of ICANN International. So we're very proud to have her here doing this. So give it a good shake, Rebecca, and we'll pull ticket number 1.
And while I'm just shaking, I just want to say thank you, an enormous thank you to Scottish CND and the other partners who've brought about this really wonderful Festival for Survival. I mean, you and Lynn and Janet, and I can't name everybody, but I know how many of you were involved in making, and having the idea and making this happen. I think it's been such a terrific day for people like me who've participated, so thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
I think they're shaken up, so without further ado,
Prize number 1.
the first ticket I've got is Pink 275.
Pink 275. Are you in the room? Malcolm?
We have a winner, do we?
And the winner is a set of cards from the Mandela Centre.
Wow, that's great.
Okay. Prize
Now,
number 2.
coming up to the second draw. I'll shake them around a bit more and I'll pick another one. And it's, again, a pink, I'm afraid. I'm going to have to shake these around a bit more if there's other colours. I think there are. 281 pink.
Pink 281. Yeah. Pink 281. No, well, we'll put that aside and hope they contact us later. It's a pity because that was an amazing prize. It's a bit of the fence at Faz Lane and the bolt cutters that removed it from the fence.
You can't do without that. So the next one is yellow, and it's number 28.
Yellow 28. Malcolm?
Now, how many am I supposed to be drawing?
I think there's 6.
There's 6,
7.
okay. So the next one, and I've been told to be a bit quicker, the next one is also yellow, and it's yellow 237.
Yellow 237. Do we have a winner? No.
Yellow 237, anyone? No? Okay. Ooh, and here is my lucky number, but it's a yellow 13. Yellow 13.
Yellow 13, anyone? Yellow 13, good. Malcolm? Margaret? Malcolm's bringing your prize. Oh, that's quite nice. That was a print by Georgina.
Oh, congratulations. Yeah, Georgina Smith from...
Beautiful print by Georgina Smith. That's a nice prize.
Very appropriate, isn't it?
Here, here.
For Margaret to get that. And my last... Is this the last one? No. The next one is a yellow 6. Yeah, 6.
Yellow 6. This is an annotated Ordnance Survey map by the artist Heather Nevy with the monsters in the Clyde being added. It's framed. No? Okay, we'll try again.
Okay, should I try another one for that? Okay, so the one for that is going to be then, in that case, pink 369.
Pink 369.
Pink 369. But are there some people have given others their raffle tickets? Are you checking raffle tickets that you were given from somebody who had to leave early? No? Okay, well then I'll keep picking until we have a winner in the room. Okay. So then now there's a yellow 218. Yellow 218.
Yellow 218. No.
No?
We can't. We can't have this going on all night.
Well, no. I've got a white.
Hey.
In fact, I've got two, but I'll just close my eyes and put one of them back and just have one. And that is white 218.
White 218.
Ooh, there you go.
Hooray!
Woo! We have a winner.
Yes, that's white.
Yeah,
and that's your prize.
Oh my God, that's 218. Brilliant. Okay.
Good.
Do we have any more?
Malcolm, do we have any more prizes? Two more prizes.
Okay, let's keep going because we're being told to... Oh, and we've got another white. Sorry. We've got another white. I just realised that would have been on the same strip. Oh, sorry, we've got a yellow. I can't see right. But it's a yellow 17. 17, yellow.
Yellow 17. Yellow 17.
Do we have a yellow 17?
Do we have a yellow 17?
Okay, so what's the prize?
Malcolm?
Perfect. This is your prize.
Malcolm? Malcolm's got your prize. He's at the back.
And I believe this
One
is
more?
going to be the very last.
Two more.
Two more?
Okay,
Okay,
two more.
well, this draw, this is another yellow 193. Yellow 193.
Yellow 193.
That looks like a bottle of something.
And it's got the bottle of whiskey has gone.
And the very last, and I'm shaking them all up. And the very last.
Oh, that was a bottle of wine. Now comes a bottle of whiskey.
Is now a pink 292.
Pink 292. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody who brought a ticket. Thank you, Rebecca, very much for doing it. You've raised about £300 for CND tonight by buying these tickets. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. So I'm going to put them all back unless you need to check them.
Maybe better.
Okay.
Keep them separate.
Keep them separate. Right. Great. We'll get out of the way
Great. Thank you very much for that. And we are close to our closing. Slightly over time. I'm sorry about that, but we're managing. You're with us. Thank you. So I'm going to introduce David Heyman, who is well known to most of you. Certainly those of you who live in Scotland, I think he's a pretty well a household name. But he's also the head of an important charity, Spirit Aid. And with that role on, has done a great deal of good in the world. And partly why we wish to ask him, because he's got a great voice, he's a well-kent face, but also he does a power of good. And we thought we would end with a declaration read out by him and with some of his own sort of spirit in it. So that's what's going to happen in a minute. But I just want to pause and look at Kat and check whether I'm supposed to be doing anything else before that. And she's shaking her head at me, so I'm very grateful that she's keeping me right. So, and I can see that David's now being distracted, but he's about to come up. So let's give him a welcome. David Heyman.
Hello, you lovely people. Whoa, there's life in the old dogs yet. You know, somebody once said to me, when you get older, and I'm 75, believe it or not, they said, when you get old, make sure you surround yourself with older people so you feel at comfort and you feel at ease. So thank you all for coming this evening. Where are all the young folk? Where? There's nobody under bloody 70, and I can see before me. Anyway, we need more. We can all suddenly lose 20 or 30 years. Wouldn't that be a gift? I'm going to read two things to you. The first one is the declaration written by CND, and then I'm going to read something else which I found as a piece of graffiti on a wall in the Merchant City, which is very beautiful, if I can find it. You know, can I just start off by telling you something? Good Lord. Earlier this year, in my capacity as head of Spirit Aid, a celebration of human spirit, my charity I've been running since the year 2000, we work in Scotland, Afghanistan, Palestine, and Malawi. Earlier this year, in the springtime, March and April, I left war-torn Europe with the threat of nuclear war hanging over our heads, albeit tactical nuclear weapons set off by Mr. Putin and his idiocy. And I flew to Malawi. Now, I've been working there since 2008. We're involved in partnership with a community of 15,000 people, mostly semi-illiterate farmers. And in those years, we feed 2,000 children a day. Since we started the feeding program in the high school, the school roll went from 200 to 500 within a fortnight. The teenagers came back from the tea and coffee plantations because they were getting fed and getting educated. Within 3 years, the pass marks went from 12% to 96%. It is now one of the top achieving schools in the whole of Malawi, and it is a bush school. It is stuck in the middle of nowhere. The pass marks went from 12% to 96%, as I said. We now have dozens of graduates who are nurses, who are midwives, who are teachers. We have engineers, we have lab technicians, we have police and army officers. It has been a huge success. That costs £15 per year per child. But the reason I flew to Malawi was at the beginning of this year, they're at the mercy of the climate emergency. It's not even a strong enough word, the climate horrors that are happening in our world. They had 3 hurricanes. The third hurricane was Hurricane Freddy. It didn't even just come once, it came twice. It swept in through Mozambique, hit Malawi, swept back out into the Indian Ocean, and then returned for more. It was the worst storm in living memory, so that's why I went out to give immediate aid. Villages were swept away, mud brick houses, crops, families. In one village alone, 65 homes were swept away. And there's just one story. In Africa, when you're born into a village, you're born into the community of the village. So if you lose your mother and father to AIDS or to HIV or to malaria, you're adopted by the rest of the community. This young girl had been in a dormitory in a high school away from her village. She couldn't get back for 3 weeks because of the storm. When she went back, there was nothing left. 65 houses, her whole village, all her crops swept away. She lost her mother, her father, her brother, and her sister. And she jumped into the raging river and committed suicide. Because literally, her life was over. There was no one on earth she knew or could look to for help. Malawi produces 0.01 emissions every year. They're on the receiving end of it. If it's not storms, it's floods or it's droughts. And they're some of the wonderful, the most friendliest and most gorgeous people in the world. This is the declaration by CND. We are here because we believe. We believe in peace. We believe in justice. We believe our natural world is precious. We believe in the hope of a better future and that our actions now matter. We believe nuclear weapons are an abomination, a scar on humanity's conscience. We believe oppression should be consigned to history. We believe that our planet should come before profit. We believe our resources should advance the common good. We are here because we have faith. We have faith in each other. We have faith in our movement. We have faith in our solidarity. We are here because we must make a stand against injustice, for real democracy, for a Scotland free from nuclear weapons, for a world free from war. For a Scotland doing its best to mitigate climate change and the catastrophic loss of biodiversity. For the human rights of all. We stand with communities around the world who are subjected to decades of nuclear tests and are now bearing the brunt of climate change. We recognize the deep connections between nuclear weapons and the environmental catastrophes of climate change and the mass extinction of species. We see the critical importance of tackling these twin existential threats together. We demand that Britain abandons all nuclear weapons, nuclear bases, and nuclear alliances immediately and unilaterally as the first step towards a new foreign policy. We oppose all activities which make nuclear war more likely or which hinder progress toward a world without weapons of mass destruction. Our history is the story of courageous and inspiring campaigners who persisted in their work for nuclear disarmament and peace. We are Scottish CND, working with environmental and justice movements. We are on the march. A few months ago, I was walking through Merchant City, not a place I tend to frequent very often, but it's too wild for me. And I came across this wonderful poem written as a piece of graffiti on a fence around a building site. It was credited to the Fearless Collective. At the end, in a new beginning, the earth who would take no more breathed a great battle of breath. The breathless ones came together after what felt like centuries of sleep to make a choice, to make a change. The air was thinning. The floods began. Thousands gathered in the streets with fists raised high, calling for a softer world. With them came the sovereign ones, leaders of their own nations, the ones who remember that water is older than the sun. We prayed in a circular way and offered pollen into the ground to make this world begin again. The world begins again in love. The world begins again when we sow seeds of life, to reforest hearts with roots deep in soil. The world begins again with the wisdom, brilliance, and beauty of indigenous peoples grounded in their creation stories. All the answers are there. The world begins again when we start creating it here and now, boundless. The world begins again when we acknowledge our own power, the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom, Her Majesty the Moon. The world begins again when we respect the gift of water, of air, of land, of forests. The world begins again when we protect each other. The world begins again abundant when we make the most of what has been given to us and give back. The world begins again when we sow and seed the heritage of our children, their inheritance of mountains. The world begins again harmonious, in reverence, in connection with the sacred. The world begins again when we honor women, the feminine and masculine, and the spectrum between. The world begins again in union, in kingship. the world begins again, nourished.
Thank you, David. And now I think we have some other sorts of thanking that's going on the side here. This is Kat Nak-Watt, who's worked pretty tirelessly, being given some flowers, and I think there's some for someone else across the other side. Jonathan, are you in the room? Jonathan Shafi, are you around? Where have you gone? You were there a second ago. Okay, well, we maybe have to give him his flowers later. Where is he? Sorry? Yes. Yes, no, I'm about to tell people about the film, sorry. We're not yet, but that doesn't stop us thanking people, Rebecca. So this is the end of this part, and I think I get the sense from people that you've been with us in every sense, and you will continue with us. We are us, so thank you for that. Some people maybe can stay on to watch the film, the guided tour of the unacceptable. Now, this is a film that was commissioned by Scottish CND and Secure Scotland. It was directed by Ruth Barry and by Janet Fenton. I don't know if either are currently in the room. Oh, Ruth is there with her camera, of course. There she is. And Janet, where are you? There she is as well. Yeah, and so it is an excellent film, I think. But that's for you to judge, of course. But we will have a short break. There's Jonathan is just coming in. Jonathan, there's something for you here that we just wanted you to have to thank you. There you go. So, thank you. You and Kat have both got one, and we have one, of course, for Christina, who couldn't be with us. So thank you very much. We'll have a little bit of shuffling around. I'm looking again at Kat to check whether there's any other announcements I should have made. Oh, yes, so stewarding our volunteers. Yeah, while the film is going on, we will have to be taking stuff down. We have to get out of here by 6, completely and utterly. Everything has to be gone, and we have to be out. We have some transport issues. Most of us either don't have cars or we're not using cars at the moment. So we will maybe have to be loading some stuff into taxis to go goodness knows where. So we might need a bit of help. So if you happen to have a car in the immediate vicinity, you could make yourself known. But we're going to have a bit of shuffle now for, yes, Jean? Mother India, Lansdowne, there's still a few places for dinner. So yes, at 6:30, a sort of celebratory, anyone who wants to join us dinner is happening, organised by the local CND groups, both Edinburgh and Glasgow. So everybody would be possibly welcome. I don't know if they actually literally would cope with everybody, but anyway, there's apparently a few places left. If people want to join that dinner, it's at 6:30 in Lansdowne. Okay, I think that is it. So again, a big thank you from me. As I said at the beginning, it is the participants that make the event. So it was you. So thank you again. Thank you very much.
I've been very much someone who's been aware of Faslane Coolport, being born and brought up in the west of Glasgow and such like. When I was young, we used to be very, very aware of the issues to do with nuclear weapons.
Scotland is drawn into nuclear war planning against the will of the Scottish people. Scotland is a small country bristling with everything you could think of to do with nuclear weapons. Now, since the beginning, the Scottish people have voiced their opposition. But at this time, when we've got these developments, we've also got less power than we ever had before. So what can we do about it? What we can do is we speak directly. We speak for ourselves. We speak to you directly because our government does not speak for us.
I had an aunt as well who used to teach me the names of flowers, and my parents taught me the names of birds. And so between them, I had a deep love of the natural world. And I think it logically follows from that a horror of nuclear weapons. So I'm Lynn Jimison. I'm currently chair of Scottish CND, Scottish Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament.
The first time that a nuclear sub come sailing up the Clyde, we rather took their swank away, we spoiled the Yankee pride. Our wee canoes escorted it and someone touched its side. Woo! We are the Glasgow Eskimos. Here we go. Hello, hello, we are the Eskimos. Hello, hello, the Glasgow Eskimos. We're no huskies like Maggie might suppose. We are the Glasgow Eskimos.
So my name's Jane Tallants, and I lived at Faslane Peace Camp in the 1980s, and then after that moved into Helensburgh. I think it's really important to campaign in all sorts of ways, but it's to be an important part of that is to be out here and see what nuclear weapons are all about, these bases around the Clyde, and to resist them and take action against them. And first we're coming through Helensburgh, and we've organised a big blockade at Faslane. People have to get up very early and get on buses and head out to Helensburgh. Helensburgh's a kind of a douce wee town in some ways. It's a bit of a tourist spot. And then suddenly in the middle of that would come this sinister, lurking, great big submarine carrying weapons of mass destruction, and it just seems so incongruous in some ways from what everybody's doing on their day out to have that in their midst. And this is the courthouse where I spent many hours of my life supporting people for court cases after they'd taken action at the base.
Feeding fit full of mud and feeding fit full of mud and loon and begging and motivated much creation and tiring the mudding it to the see Alvin and born fed over and then take him Talba and Jan and take him born and like feeling I'm like Alvin and born fed over and then take him and Jan and take him born and like feeling I'm like Uchin go if you me Uchin go follow me Uchin go listen no I beat and doors and talk that I can get who the see Alvin and born fed over and then take him Talba and Jan and take him born and like feeling I'm like Alvin and
And when they brought in the Trident submarines, because they were much bigger than Polaris, they had to dredge about a third off the end of the roof spit, which just appalled me somehow. That something that had been there so long could just be so easily dismissed to make room for their weapons system. And there were people out in small rubber boats trying to stop this dredger from doing its work. At the peace camp, we set up Sea Action, groups from different parts of the country that would come up with little rubber boats. as each successive new Trident submarine arrived, there would be a flotilla of people out in canoes and rubber boats and rafts and goodness, all sorts of things out there trying to get in the way of it. The South Gate used to be the main gate when it was just Polaris here, but it's still used sometimes, and particularly if the North Gate has been blocked by protesters, it's used.
The Peace Camp is a wonderful location beside Faslane. Do you know Auden's 1939 poem, September 1939? Where he describes the ironic points of light where the just exchange their messages at the end of one of the great poems of the last century. And that strikes me as that's what Faslane is. It's this ironic point of light. It looks a bit of a shambles, but across the road there's one of the most barbarous implementations of man's technology that there's ever been. And the rather rundown caravans and prayer flags and dedicated people at the Peace Camp are such an idyllic contrast to the terrifying machinations of the patriarchy just across the road.
People stay anywhere from 2 nights to 2 weeks to months or years, depending on, I guess, where they're at in their lives and, you know, how much of their time they can give. Because it's not always about going and get arrested or, you know, or for a protest. Sometimes it's about just, you know, we have people that come down from Aberdeen C&D and they do like working weekends, and it's half work but it's also half fun because, you know, we spend the evenings round the fire and that kind of thing. There's facilities here we have that you wouldn't expect, like there's a bicycle-powered washing machine that someone built at one point. There's a wood burner shower. So, you know, we can do anything that other people might do. It's just more direct, you know, more, you know, when you're making your dinner, you have to cut some wood. The people that are here, what you do need to have, and this is the thing that I would say for anyone that did want to come to Peace Camp, is, you know, a can-do attitude. An attitude of, I want to get involved, because it's not always easy, but it is always rewarding.
Hi, my name's Iona Soper, and I've lived as a resident and campaigner at the Faslane Peace Camp. It has helped me to move forward and helped me in every other aspect of campaigning I've ever done. You've got the road, and on one side of the road, you have the base, and the base is one iteration of this enormous global multi-trillion-pound industry that touches many, many people's lives all over the world, almost entirely for the worse. And then on the other side of the road, you've got the colourful Peace Camp. And whilst it may not seem like much, again, this is one iteration of a global campaign that is fed into by people all over the world, that touches people's lives all over the world, mostly for the better. And so it may seem like we don't amount to much. It really, and living there, it often feels like that. It often feels like your efforts are, but a drop in the ocean. But yeah, what is an ocean if not a collection of drops?
So this is the North Gate of Faslane. This is the sort of main entrance these days for the Trident area. And every morning, huge numbers of cars arrive here and buses with workers to go in to work at this place. I suppose when I look at the North Gate, I don't just see this gate into this base of weapons of mass destruction. I have the vision of all the hundreds and hundreds of people that have come and stood in that gateway to object to this, to say this isn't normal to have this actually on your doorstep. when that gateway's been absolutely rammed full of people sitting across the road locked to each other in all sorts of cunning and creative ways, and a samba band playing and chanting and praying and singing and dancing and lots of activity there.
Well, we're not in the Thames Valley, Janet. It is Police Scotland. And providing you stay outside the base, it's a perfectly friendly environment. Indeed, now that they've got these special new branch liaison officer who's there to ask you how the family is and, how they're getting on with O levels. No, it's entirely friendly. The police are there to protect us as well as the base. I wouldn't, however, recommend climbing over the barbed wire. It's not only electrified, but the police inside are in a slightly different set of instructions. They're not Police Scotland. They are Ministry of Defence Police. There are, of course, many police forces in Scotland that don't report to the Scottish Government. The armed police protecting civilian nuclear installations are also not reporting to the Scottish Government. They are also reporting directly to the Home Office.
In my mind, it's actually not an accident if something goes wrong, but you've had 40, 50, 60 years to prepare to ensure that that couldn't happen. It's not an accident if something goes wrong and people are killed and the environment is damaged irreparably because you've kept nuclear weapons on site for 60 years.
Years of big ideas distilled into a billion fears. A grand design, a shiny rocket, a bullet in a bully's pocket. So mesmerized by particles, we disregard the articles, the ones we wrote to keep the peace, sullied now in blood and greed and grief. Is this the best that we can do? Oh, I can think of better things. Can't you? With the devil's pitchfork in our hands, we turn the fields of foreign lands. We mine the gulf, we dig it deeper. We free the serpent from its keeper. Yet these are the hands that fix the bones, the ones that build with sticks and stones. These are the hands that plant the tree, the ones that pull a newborn baby free. Is this the best that we can do? Oh, I can think of better things. Can you?
I'm Rob Edwards, and I'm a journalist with The Ferret. Back in 2009, I revealed for The Guardian that there'd been 3 leaks of radioactive coolant from nuclear submarines into the Gairloch. One in 2004, one in 2007, and one in 2008. These were only revealed in a report that was made available under Freedom of Information law by the government's green watchdog, the Scottish Environment Protection Agency. The agency said at the time that it was it would consider closing down Faslane if it had the power to do so. But of course, it doesn't have that power.
This is over at Coolport, the gate down by the waterside. Again, when Trident came here, this space was hugely expanded and a lot of the land was taken over. And in fact, they reclaimed a lot of land from the sea to the left of this gate.
Yeah, I'm David Mackenzie, and I've been around this neck of the woods really quite a lot in the last 25 years, involved in camps, blockades, demonstrations, that sort of thing. Now, Coalport is very, very special because that's where they actually store the warheads, and that's actually where they put the warheads on the missiles. And that particular action is probably the most dangerous feature in the two bases. And this is all done in a huge explosive handling jetty on the side of Loch Long. The whole complex in Coalport is absolutely huge. And of course, one of its particular significance is it's the necessity for the system to have a nuclear warhead dump like Coalport that makes it really difficult to shift to anywhere else within the UK.
I'm Mark Ruskell. I'm a member of the Scottish Parliament and I live in the Stirling area, and I've been aware of massive concerns around these nuclear convoys now for decades. And I think, you know, it's a frustration in the Scottish Parliament because we should have full powers over defence. And if we did have those powers, there would absolutely be a majority to get rid of nuclear weapons in Scotland. And I think, you know, although the Scottish Parliament doesn't have the full powers, what it does have is the power to scrutinise civil contingencies, to try and understand and deal with the impossible scenarios that would arise should there be an accident with these nuclear convoys, should there be a spread of nuclear material in our communities. How would schools cope with that? How would hospitals cope with that? It is something that the Parliament started to look at. And of course, we have powers over transport and environmental regulation as well. I'm sure if the Parliament used these powers, they would be challenged by the UK government, who obviously want to retain nuclear weapons in Scotland and allow their free transportation on our roads. But, you know, we need to use every opportunity to drill down on this absolute obscenity.
I mean, the environmental destruction that has already gone on because of nuclear weapons is absolutely enormous, including the testing has been enormously harmful to the environment. And we don't yet fully understand the effects of it and its interaction with climate change. But there is a detectable layer of radiation that was not in the environment before the tests of the 40s, 50s, 60s. And some authors use that existence of that radiation all around the planet to talk about the beginning of the Anthropocene, the time when humans start to alter the geology and ecology of the planet in very significant ways.
5-10 minute walk along the road from Coalport Main Gate, you come to Peaton Wood, Peaton Glen Wood, which the MOD used to own, and they put it up for sale because they didn't need that bit of land, and they inadvertently sold it to a peace activist, Georgina Smith. Georgina would be known to the MOD because she'd taken a lot of action when she lived at Greenham Common Women's Peace Camp, but somehow the Estates Department that was selling the wood hadn't checked with anybody else, and they sold it to Georgina. It's now been passed on to the Peaton Wood Peace Trust, who own it. So as Trident Ploughshares, we held many a camp here at Peaton Wood.
Yeah, the camps themselves were extraordinary. There were people from the States, from Scandinavia, from Central Eastern Europe, obviously from all over the UK, from Wales and England. And what was extraordinary was the age diversity as well. Lots of young people involved, people who had experience in the ECHO protests, the road building protests. And it was a wonderful amalgam of skills and attitudes. And what we did then was we used that as a base for doing a direct action at the gates of the bases, Coulport and Faslane, cutting through fences. And on one extraordinary occasion that August, a couple of women swam across the Gairloch and got into the submarine base, causing consternation there. That was the kind of activity that was carried on there and throughout the years.
We may lament the deadly art of tiny atoms torn apart, visions that we can't return, and future fires in which we fear we'll burn. But this is the art of those before who found a cure within the core, the noble mind behind the ray that eased our earthly cares away.
I have seen the mountains, and here they are wavering, and all the hills palpitate. I have seen, and here there is no human being, and all the birds of the heavens have fled. I have seen, and here the garden land is now the wasteland.
There are 4 submarines. 3 of these submarines are armed with missiles. Each of the armed ones has 8 missiles on it. So at any time you've got 24 Trident missiles ready to be used. And then on each of these missiles, on average, there are 5 nuclear warheads. So what that basically means when you do the arithmetic, a lot of people are concerned, right, what if there was a nuclear explosion? That would be catastrophic. But the reality is that Britain's Trident system is not designed to bring about 1 nuclear explosion. It's designed to bring about 120 nuclear explosions within a period of minutes. You know, they have a flight time of about 20, 30 minutes to the target. Probably be launched as close to simultaneously as possible. So you have 120 nuclear explosions happening within a few minutes of each other. And that's what this is designed to do. I think Trident's uniquely dangerous in that it's this sort of Chernobyl cocktail, that you've got missiles that are high explosive. On the top of them you have nuclear warheads, which are basically balls of plutonium surrounded by high explosive. And then next to that you've got a nuclear reactor. They lift these Trident submarines with the missiles on them in this building called the ship lift. Now, I know from the risk assessments, if a large aircraft crashes into the ship lift with a Trident missile inside it, the assumption is that the ship lift will collapse, submarine will tilt on its side, the missiles will all detonate, and that will disperse the plutonium from the warheads. That's what the MOD's risk assessments say. What they don't do is take the next stage and say, well, if you've got this colossal explosion, you would also have all the radioactive material escaping from the reactor. So you've got that, and what the Ministry of Defence then say is, yes, that sequence would happen if an aircraft fell out of the sky and fell at that point. But actually the probability, you know, we're sitting here today, what is the probability that an aircraft falls out of the sky and lands in this building? Quite remote. So they then say it's therefore acceptable. But that's not taking into account, well, what if somebody deliberately gets into an aircraft and flies it into that building? The other little insight into all of this, because I happen to be in the New Southern General Hospital as a patient recently, and that's got a helicopter pad. That's one of the sort of symbolic things, because you can see the helicopters landing on the roof. And what that brought to mind with me when I was doing the study of what would happen if there were these nuclear explosions in Moscow. And there's a similar hospital in the centre of Moscow, and it's basically Moscow and Russia's main children's hospital, which is close to the centre of the city. And when I was doing this model of a British, and I'd like the, a simulated British nuclear attack plan, there would have been 5 nuclear explosions within a mile of that hospital. It would be completely and utterly destroyed. Now, that hospital's function, one of its main things is dealing with trauma cases of children. If there's a major incident that children are involved in, this is where they're taken to. But this is where nuclear weapons are just so much different from everything else. It's actually destroying that emergency response structure that would normally, hospitals, fire stations and so forth, that would normally cope with these things.
Yeah, well, I mean, I am Scottish and I do love this natural world of Scotland, the beautiful beaches, the flora, the fauna, and the fact that the length and breadth of Scotland is part of a war machine that is connected to command and control of nuclear weapons, mass death and destruction, I find really distressing. And, from the North Isles, where this jumper was knitted in Shetland, to the borders where I grew up, there are facilities that are connected with the nuclear weapon systems. And that is also why when I go to Fastlane, it is about renewal. It's about renewal of my commitment to a different kind of Scotland, a Scotland that is not facing the rest of the world with mass death and is not playing host voluntarily or involuntarily to nuclear weapons of mass destruction.
We have a duty to actually ensure that these weapons are removed and that land, those waters are returned to the original, unbelievable presence of nature, a beautiful, beautiful place where people and nature can mix and grow and survive together. And I think that it's our duty and responsibility to make sure that that will happen.
Suits in the chamber, suits in the hall. Suits in the chamber, suits in the hall. Don't know if they care, Lord, for anyone at all. Suits in the chamber, suits in the hall. Need to shine bright, Lord.
I want so much for to be light. Need to shine bright, Lord, need to shine